Okay, y'all, I'm back. I had to go eat the rest of my food before I came on here to start. Okay, y'all. So, what do we want to watch? I got some options. We can either see. I kind of want to watch the interview with I'm Not a Lawyer, but we can watch that, or we could watch the rest of court. Now, my plan is to stream on Sunday too. Um, because I have to catch up before Monday comes. I'm missing half of yesterday and then today. So we could do either of those. What's y'all vote? When your birthday, Summer? Summer, they say she was at the end. Okay, let's watch the interview. That's my vote. I want to watch the interview. Hey Alice, I really want to. Hey Valencia, Summer, when is your birthday? Hey Brianna, oh happy belated birthday. LJ's was the 20th. We can what you do for your birthday, Summer? We can do either or. I kind of want to watch the interview. I want to see what all the fuss is about. What was said in this interview that's got the prosecution panties in a bunch? That's my vote. Hey, Erica. Okay, so Ash, that's what you want to watch too. Let me see. Let me go to her page. Let me see. She did opening statements. Um, hold on, y'all. I gotta find it. All right, Alicia Andrews. And if it's the younger lawyer, Lord, I can just imagine. It is. It is. Ash, don't do that. Tell me I forgot how to be a member. Ash, you are on furlough. Let's not do it. I gotta figure out. I'm gonna text you, Ash. Don't do that. Now. What they say, you being too grown. You been too grown. No, Ash, you been too grown around here. Cook, chill with family. Oh, this your last year and your third girl. Next year gonna be my last year. Y'all talking about okay, I had to remember how to work StreamYard. Allow share window. Oh God. Hold up, y'all. The brown yes, because what? Share screen. What? See this hold up, y'all. I don't know what's going on. I hadn't used StreamYard in a while. I guess it fixed. Some of you got to message me about the Ulta thing. Mariah was telling me about it. Hold on, y'all. I gotta figure out how to share the screen. 2 months. I don't. I have 2 months to set up right here. I want to share the window. I've been gone too long, and I'm having to figure out stuff like on the fly. Allow share. I want to share the window. I want to share this window. Hold up. What? Y'all might have to log off and do some trial runs with somebody because this what I'm trying to share. Girl, I'm gonna have to. Girl, what? forgot I'm on Twitch. I just see a comment said, do you have an opinion on the EBT cutoff and people going online to brag they've been on EBT for 20 years? Maybe you just randomly in people's pages asking that. My comment is, I don't know about bragging about being on EBT for 20 years, but I take some right now. Key, unplug it. Cause what? Hold up. Stop the screen. Bro, this is crazy. Yeah, I gotta call Miss Jefferson to figure out how to share my screen. What video, Ash? What video? Now you got me wanting to see. Let me see. Yeah, I don't know. Lover Girl. Oh no, I haven't seen it. Yeah, I'm really trying to figure out. This is crazy. Why would StreamYard do this? Share screen. Oh, am I not in Chrome? That could be the problem. That could be the problem. I think I typically have to use Chrome on StreamYard, but they let me use Safari. Hold on. Let's see if that's the problem, y'all. I might have to come out. That might be the problem. I knew something was different. I normally use Chrome when I am on StreamYard and I'm on. Why would they let me log in? Let's see if that's the problem. Because, yeah, I'm going to get off this one. Hold on. Okay, so you guys can see me. Let's see if I can share my screen now. Child, I ain't been on here in so long. Y'all know what's on my, first of all, I guess Mariah doesn't use Chrome. Wendy Adelson is what's on my tabs. That is crazy. I'm not a lawyer. Oh, Mel almost at 100,000. So if y'all not subscribed to her, go subscribe. She is almost at 100,000. Now, Ashley, you about to piss me off. Ooh. Huh? Y'all, it was because I was on. Hold up, y'all. Mariah just walked in. Barty's loud. That's what, Jasmine, you don't have to do that. You don't have to do that, Jazz. Okay, hold up. Okay, y'all. I don't really care for this attorney. Key, don't do me like that. Y'all, why? Hold up, let me do this. Now, first of all, Mel, why the hell does Mel have funny? Why does Mel have funny on here when she had that backwards dress on? Brianna, I told T last night. She said, "Let's do wind down." I said, "Yes." I said, "T, I have to get better with this job because I said I got memberships and I ain't been doing nothing." She said, "Mel, you need to get your shit together over there." Girl, Miss J, we were talking about this last night. Into people's personal lives.
I'm not a lawyer, but
so I appreciate y'all, but I promise I understand.
But I'm not a lawyer, but
the debrief.
No, I got to get my intro together.
Hello and welcome to another episode of I'm Not a Lawyer, but the debrief.
when I am in training ISIS, my schedule is 8 to 4:30. But for the last 2 weeks, I have been working 11:30 to 8, and that's why sometimes it's so hard because if I get off, if you answering calls, I'm trying to be quiet. I know I'm gonna have to talk on stream, and then I might sit down. Then I look up, it's 10 o'clock. So I just have to get a better schedule. Now, if this case was still going on, I was committing to getting up doing at least 8 to 11 to recap. I just don't like the schedule. It makes it really hard for me.
Brief. I am Melanie, aka I'm Not a Lawyer, but, and I will be joined by my co-host. But I wanted to say that this is a special episode. We're dropping it on not our regular day because we are going to be doing in conversation with the attorneys for Alicia Andrews. And if you're unaware, Alicia Andrews is one of 5 people charged with the murder of Florida rapper Julio Fulio, whose real name is Charles Jones.
5 people are now charged in connection to Julio Fulio's murder. That includes Rashad Murphy, who is Davion Murphy.
Now, hold up. What we're not going to do is be messy over here today. We're not going to be messy over here today. Yes, I don't like it, Tanya. We're not going to be messy over here today. Let's not talk about D'Angelo, okay? Did I listen to him today? I did. I was up at 3 this morning listening to him. I'll try again tomorrow. Brianna, no, Mariah got on me today because, like my TikTok has been active and I've been super excited just to talk to you guys about the case, the streams. She was like, you need to stay on it because when you're in it, you're in it. And I was telling her, I was like, Mariah's been so hard. I have to understand that something is better than nothing. And this is the story of my life. I feel like if I can't do everything the way I want to do it, it's not going to work. So even if it's 2 hours, it's like, Mel, it's okay. I don't want 2 hours. I want 8. I don't want 2 hours. She said Davion got her scared. Davion's smiling too much for me. He doesn't care. I'm almost at 60K on TikTok right now. Are you serious? Girl, I stopped looking at my TikTok numbers because I hadn't been active.
What the fuck wrong with
Hold up. Oh. I stopped looking at my numbers on TikTok because I was just like, just do the content. The numbers don't even matter because sometimes, my little sister has way more followers than me. And sometimes I make more money than her on TikTok. So I'm on live. Y'all look at Mariah and this dog. You can't fit. Stop. You can't fit over here. He too big. Let me see him. I'm just was gonna show him. Hey, Coach. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Y'all look at this dog.
Don't put him down because he gonna run.
Hold up. Y'all see how? Girl, get him. Girl, get him. Y'all don't make Barchie bark. She already loud. Be quiet. Do y'all see how big that dog is?
Huh?
Yeah.
No, my mama just lets her eat it.
She said, now you got him on my damn bed. You done lost it.
Mama, he just peed.
What?
He just peed.
Mariah, get him off my damn bed.
Outside.
I hear what you're saying. Get this big ass off my bed.
You can't disrespect him like that and Bart should be on the bed. That's not fair.
That time I called him must be eating pot roast. Hi, little panda. That's a grown man, baby. He is huge.
He's not a grown man.
He is huge, child. Y'all, Mariah had a mohawk in his head the other day. They said that's a miniature horse. Hey, Tasha. Mariah, can you close this door? And take you when you we're trying to watch something. No, I'm talking about your dog. And you see how Barch, I got to hold her like she a pit.
His cousin, Sean Gathright, Isaiah Chance, and Alicia Andrews are also charged with first-degree murder. Investigators say the group was involved in the shooting, caught on camera outside of a Tampa hotel. It happened while rapper Julio Fulio was celebrating his birthday back in June. Detectives identified the two Murphys and Gathright as the shooters and believe Chance and Andrews served as lookouts.
And following that, 5 people were subsequently arrested. And so Alicia Andrews being one of those people, her trial is scheduled to start on October 20th. So very, very soon. And before that happens, we are going to be chatting with her team about some of the things coming up for the case, who Alicia Andrews is, what kind of things they have on their mind for the trial. So I hope you enjoy the episode. We're going to get into it. So as I said, we are so excited to have a conversation with the attorneys for Alicia Andrews, and we are going to bring them up, have them introduce themselves, and get into the conversation. So here we go. Hello, everyone.
Hello. Thank you so much for having us.
Of course. Let's start with intros. So maybe we start with Jeremy, then we can go to Robert, and then we can go to Mr. Like Malcolm.
Sounds good. So my name is Jeremy McClymont. I'm an attorney. I've been practicing in Florida now for 7 years. I had my own firm for 5 years. The first 2 years of my practice were at the Miami-Dade Public Defender's Office, and then I branched out, did my own thing. I do criminal defense and civil rights now. So police brutality, anything that goes in line with criminal defense, I'll do that on the civil rights end of it. So police brutality, illegal searches and seizures, wrongful arrests, false arrests, those sorts of things. They go hand in hand with my practice. And so those are my practice areas. And yep, that's pretty much all you need to know for now.
Interesting.
My name is Attorney Robert Strickland. I am co-counsel with Mr. Jeremy McClymont on the Alicia Andrews case. I'm with Malcolm and Strickland Law Group, and we handle a variety of different cases. We have a full service litigation law firm. I'm about 10 years in, making this December with my 10th year in practice. And I practice in a lot of different areas of law throughout my career and trials. And so I'm glad to be here as a part of the team.
Thank you. Mr. Malcolm.
My name is Life Malcolm, and I'm born and raised in Tampa. I'm the oldest of the bunch, and I say that only because, although I'm the oldest, I'm the youngest lawyer in the group, and had several careers before, mainly working for the community and revolutionary organizations, and that led me to do some process.
It all makes goddamn sense right now. It makes sense why he was up there doing all that damn yelling. He said revolutionary. That he used to yelling. He is used to yelling. No, Key. He said he's the oldest, but he's the youngest lawyer of the bunch. He just started. It makes sense now. Key, he's a newer lawyer. We're gonna let him finish, but listen to what he say he came from.
My name is Life Malcolm, and I'm born and raised in Tampa. I'm the oldest of the bunch, and I say that only because, although I'm the oldest, I'm the youngest lawyer in the group, and had several careers before, mainly working for the community and revolutionary organizations.
He said he worked for the community and revolutionary organizations. I'm telling you, now it makes sense why he was up there doing all that damn hollering.
And that led me to.
He probably is used to having. Let me stop. I'm not saying this as a joke. He's used to having a megaphone, probably.
Do some pro se civil litigation in federal court, which I think caught Jeremy's attention.
Let me make sure this is right before I say it. Yes, he said pro se. He'd been representing himself in court.
Once I graduated law school, and he invited me to work with his firm and give me my first job, first out of law school, as an attorney. And so it was an extreme pleasure and learning experience. So I followed in his footsteps, still carrying on civil rights work and certainly carrying on criminal defense work as well. So yeah, I'm very happy to be a part of this team to defend Alicia Andrews and work with Jeremy again in this capacity. And I appreciate being on this program too. Thank you so much.
Of course. And okay, so to start off, I wanted to ask a question. We have had attorneys on our platform during trials. We've had many attorneys come on after trials, but this is our first time being able to speak with attorneys before a trial. And so from the legal perspective, from defending your client, I'm curious what thoughts and consideration goes into, and like the benefits of having a conversation before a trial. I was curious if you can answer that before we kind of get into the details of Alicia's case.
Yeah, so I think the very first thing that any attorney should be considering when doing any interview before, during, or after a trial.
So what's interesting in all of this, Jeremy is the lead attorney. Jeremy is the lead attorney. That is interesting.
Is always the client and how it can affect the client, whether positively or negatively. And we take those things into account, right? So in this situation in particular, it may be more beneficial for us to have some interviews before, sometimes maybe during, although I likely wouldn't be speaking during because I'll be focused on the trial. But definitely before, because there are a lot of false narratives out there surrounding this case, surrounding the facts of the case. And definitely we want to get out in front of some of those things, some of those issues. We want to make sure that the only thing out there, right? Because the jury is going to be seeing, or probably has already seen a lot of the things that might go on or might be mentioned in the trial. And a lot of those things are false, right? The narrative is false, and a lot of the things that have been happening on social media or been talked about on social media are false. And so we think it's particularly important to sort of balance that out before the trial starts.
Yeah, and I would just add to that also, along with the bad narrative that's out there because of the social media stuff and mainstream media as well. I mean, the only thing that people know about Alicia is what they say about her. You know, the case of, notwithstanding, that's a separate thing, but they paint Alicia a certain kind of way, and she's just not like that. And so I think it's important that people, that we have the opportunity to allow people to get to know the real Alicia, as opposed to the stuff that's kind of spread up in media.
He says opportunity like it should be a snap after. Yeah. Do y'all get? Let me see.
And social media as well.
Yeah, I think that's a great transition to talk about who she is, to talk about kind of what her life was before she was, one of the 5 people charged for the death of the Florida rapper Julio. So maybe we can start there, and you guys can tell us a little bit about her.
Sure, I'll start. And so Alicia is a young lady. At the time she was accused of this crime, she was 21 years old. And but she's such a fun-loving person. When you meet her, she's always smiling, always laughing. And I guess people see that sometimes even in some of the hearings that we've had, she's smiling. And I mean, that's just her personality, even through this most trying of times. She's that person. She graduated high school, has no criminal history whatsoever, right? And they won't say that in mainstream media or social media. They want to make her out to be this gang-related queen pin or something like that, but she's so far from it. She's a great student, esthetician, all about hair and nails and facials and modeling and what have you, and just a fun-loving young lady. And now, of course, she's a mother who hasn't had an opportunity to spend time with the baby, but greatly concerned about that relationship, looking forward to raising her child. And so she's just, if you can imagine an innocent kind of, like somebody who's green to the streets, right? Like that's her. She's school.
And see, this be my problem right here. And this is my problem. I would have rather the defense's strategy be that she got caught up with her boyfriend. She not green to the streets.
Girly stuff and just that kind, fun loving, and you don't get to see that because you don't get to hear from her. And a lot of times her facial expressions might give because the narrative that she's some gangster queen pin might give the wrong impression. It's not that she doesn't take this serious.
I gotta ask Key. Y'all know Key is my young mind. Key, have you heard that she was a queen pin? Because I hadn't heard anyone characterize her as a queen pin. She said, yeah, that's so messy. I'm gonna take it. I'll take
Seriously, she's just a person who even smiles through the toughest of times. And yeah, that's Alicia. Like I've had an opportunity to get to know her, and I mean, you can't, if you know her, you can't help but like her.
I think, you know, you bringing up her smiles, because that is some of the things that a lot of people have had questions about when they are watching the hearings. Has been, she seemed happy or smug or kind of, you know, not taking this serious or whatever, you know, the conversation is. And so you touching on that, I think is really interesting. And so your perspective is it's not that, it's actually just who she is and being able to remain positive even throughout this situation.
So the morning of trial, for example, when we were supposed to have trial, when we walked into the courtroom, they brought her in and I asked her how she was doing. And she smiled and, you know, said she's doing fine, and said she had pancakes that morning and they were really good. I don't know if they don't generally get pancakes, but she was happy that before trial she had pancakes. And I mean, she's just that kind of light, high-spirited person. And I mean, I'm impressed, you know, with her resilience throughout this. And I think it just shows who the real Alicia is, and she's not trying to hide that.
So what is the narrative that's going around about her, the negative?
I mean, I would say from what I've seen, and I try not to watch too much of it, right? But, you know, for example, I've seen this guy, DJ Academics, talk about how she's like maybe a fan of Sexy Red or whatever. So she listens to that type of music and whatnot. And so in order for her to be the type of person the prosecution wants her to be, you have to put her inside of this box. The box is that she probably grew up in a rough neighborhood. She maybe hangs out around a bunch of drug dealers or gang members or whatever, and she is one of them, just in the female version, right? And so they make her to be a Bonnie and Clyde sort of situation with her and her ex-boyfriend, Isaiah Chance, and that's not the situation. So those are some of the misconceptions, is that she's this ghetto person, that she probably, you know, is always hanging around these people, these individuals. Maybe she even listens to the type of music that they listen to, but it's not the case, right? She doesn't listen to really much of any rap music. She doesn't listen to any of the Jacksonville like gang and beef music. That wasn't what she was interested in. And so I think it's very important that people know, in addition to what Life Malcolm has already stated, you know, this was a substitute teacher at one point. So she was trusted to be around other, like, children, people's kids in school. And she
Yeah, I'm right here by the charger. I feel so bad because I'm right here by my charger. No, I'm by my charger. I just didn't know. I don't know. I'm by the charger. I thought it was plugged in. I'm sorry. Hold up. Let me share this again. I thought it was plugged in. I'm literally by the charger. Okay, hold up. Okay, y'all, here we go.
at a very young age. So she definitely, there's definitely a bunch of people out there who think that she, and maybe because she has some tattoos or whatever, and these are tattoos that she has, they're tattoos of flowers, right? They're not tattoos of necessarily you know, skulls or dead bodies or anything crazy that, you know, a gang member might have, or somebody who's wanting to have bodies on their account and whatnot. So I think everybody needs to, and maybe during the trial you'll get a better idea of the person, the type of person she actually is. It's my daughter running behind me.
All good. We have to. But you also, I think, you, Jeremy, and like Malcolm brought up this relationship she has, this connection she has to one of the other defendants in the case. So can you talk a little bit about what that connection is? It seems like they had a romantic relationship. She had one with Isaiah Chance.
Right. Yeah. So she did have a romantic relationship with Isaiah Chance. They were both young when they met each other. I think they may even knew each other in high school, but they weren't necessarily together back then. At some point, they did get together, right? And people, I think, believe that they lived together at one point. They actually did not. They both lived in their respective parents' homes, and they would go over to, or she would go over to his mother's house where he lived to visit him sometimes. But they didn't actually live together, stay together, right? So in a world in which she lives at his house or maybe is spending more time with him than people think that she is, then, maybe she'd be more privy to some of the things that he had going on and whatnot. But they lived in two separate homes. They were kids. They lived with their parents. And the relationship that she shared with him, of course, you've probably seen it, right, in some of the hearings that we've discussed, was a domestic violence relationship, right? So a situation where there was a cycle of violence, and it didn't start like that from the very beginning. At the beginning,
this may be the problem the prosecution has with his interviews right here. So you guys know that through one of the hearings, the judge ruled that the domestic violence could not come in. They couldn't talk about it. So they are using these interviews to talk about the domestic violence. This might be the real issue. This might be the real issue that the prosecution has. Not that they're talking about the case or their client. It's the fact that things that were specifically excluded, they're using these interviews to talk about them. I bet you that's the issue.
he was to her a wonderful boyfriend or whatever. And then as time goes by, little things happen, and then they full out abuse, right? Hitting, beating, choking, all these sorts of things, threatening, and it's sad that she was in that situation and that she kind of stayed and couldn't figure out her way out before this ended up happening. And this had to be the thing that sort of got rid of the relationship between her and him. I just wish it could have happened sooner.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
why would the judge not allow you all to bring that into evidence if that's the case?
So what I'll say is this: any judge, right? They make their rulings based off of how they see the law. We see the law differently than how the judge sees it, and I think, to answer your question, the reason why she is not allowing it in, because she says, or she believes, that it's not relevant. In order for me, right, to get her to see how relevant it really is, I'd have to sort of play my hand a little more than I would like before the trial. Right? So the things that you've seen in the hearings, even the things that I'm mentioning here, these are the very surface level stuff. And so I'm not willing to.
And I'm going to tell you this, he's not lying, because I think he's not. I feel like you're lying. If you can't give me specific instances of the abuse, you just saying it was beatings, hittings, kicking. That's so broad. And you could just be saying that. So it's good to know that he may have had specific instances. But I don't know. I want to see the argument they made, because if it was really that important, then you should have put it out on the line for your client, and you did not.
Called pre-try my case just to get a ruling that domestic violence can come in. And people believe that, or at least at one point believed that was our defense, that because she was beat in the past, or because she had a domestic violence relationship, that she should be justified in doing whatever the state claims that she did, right? And that's not our defense. And if it was our defense, then I'd be jumping up and down, screaming, and doing a lot more to make sure that information comes in. But it's not our defense. And if it doesn't come in at all, we still have a very, very good case. We're not relying on that for it to be, our defense, or for it to be something that wins the day, right? But it is the truth. It is something that happened, and it does speak to her mind state during the time that all of this was going down, and what she was doing here and there, and why she believed this and why she believed that. It's relevant to show like the relationship that they actually had, that it's not a Bonnie and Clyde relationship, right? It's a relationship where she was abused by him. She was afraid of him.
I would just kind of pick up where Jay left off and say that, one of the things that's important to know is this perception is not reality, you know, and they have this perception.
Who watched opening statements? Because not he said that again. I also get why he likes to talk in riddles. When you gotta fire some people up, as he is accustomed to doing as a revolutionary leader, I get why he was rolling with that perception is not reality
Of Alicia that they're pushing based on its bits and pieces of information that they've garnered from digital stuff like license plate readers. They gather evidence from phones and stuff like that, and they use all these things and try to piece together a narrative. And they've got this story in their head that is so far away from the truth, based on this perception of bits and pieces of knowledge, you know, from technology, but they don't apply any kind of wisdom or human sensitivity to it. And so, like Jay said, it's important for us to help everybody understand that even without playing our hand and showing exactly what our defense is, looks like Jay's back, you know, that perception isn't always reality. And yeah, so Jay, you cut out for a minute.
I appreciate it. But no, that's it. If we have another question, we can move to the next question. Unless you wanted me to pick up where I was at. I don't even remember where I was at when I cut out.
Well, I just want to give a little bit of context for people who are maybe unfamiliar or didn't watch the hearing. Is that, and maybe you can even fill it in for me. So there's the history of domestic violence here. The defense team here was intending to bring some of that up during the trial. The prosecutors filed a motion to have that excluded. There was a hearing, and the judge rules that information cannot come in. It cannot be presented by the defense because it is not relevant. So just context for people who may be unfamiliar, that is kind of the setup to what we were just discussing. And just so that I'm clear, my understanding at the end of that hearing is that information cannot come in unless she testifies, essentially. Is that what the ruling was?
So, well, the judge what she was doing was saying that the only way she sees how that information could come into evidence is that if Alicia testifies, because no one would know the situation, or no one would know her mind state. I also disagree with that, right? That is one of the main ways that information could come in, but there are other ways to get that evidence into the trial. And I will say this too, at the end of the hearing, what I thought you were about to mention was that at the end of the hearing, what the judge did say was that she was not going to allow the domestic violence in until she saw that it was relevant, right? Until the state sort of opened the door for it to come in. And that's going to happen, right? It's going to happen almost immediately. It'll probably happen in the state's opening statement because they have to put her in this box, right? And they have to say things about her mind state and why she did this and why she did that, right? And it's going to become very, very relevant as soon as the state starts making their arguments. And we're going to have either a sidebar conversation with the judge, or we'll have to send the jury out.
Well, damn, I feel sorry. He 2.5 days in, and that has not happened.
And you all won't see that argument maybe on TV, right? Or maybe you will. I don't know how they end up showing the arguments with the lawyers on TV, but you'll see that at some point, I'm pretty sure that we'll be able to get into it because it's completely relevant. Like there's no reason why her mind state at the time and what influences she might have at the time would not be relevant to a first-degree murder trial where you have to intend to do certain acts.
So usually, if it's not a sidebar and the jury is excused, we get to see that on the stream. So as long as that part happens, we will all be tuned in and watching the argument about that happen. We will all be like, oh, is that the moment where it's been introduced? So just know we will be all in for sure. So let's get a little bit even closer, I guess, to the case. Talk about what are her actual charges. I know you just mentioned the first degree. What are the actual charges and what is the sentence? Because we've watched a number of Florida trials and we understand that there is no wiggle room in particular with the first degree murder charge in particular. So just talk a little bit about her charges. And
because are we crazy to think that the state didn't watch this interview and said, oh, they're banking on us saying something for them to bring up the DV. So what are we going to do? We're going to make sure we don't say anything that would potentially let them bring the DV in, Bree, they weren't thinking, friend.
And what the sentence could be.
Yeah, well, she's got two charges. One is conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and the other is first-degree murder. Right. So those are the charges. Similar to Queso's situation, when you're charged with that, it's a capital offense. If you're convicted of it, there's really only one sentence. It's life without parole. Right. So that's the sentence. If she was charged, right, if they were looking for the death penalty for Alicia, then she could potentially get the death penalty. Right. And after the trial, if she was convicted, the jury would have a second pretty much trial on whether she should be sentenced to death or whether she should get life in prison, because those will be the only two options. But because they're not going after the death penalty for Alicia, the only sentence that she can get for these charges is life in prison without parole if she loses. If she wins, obviously she goes home.
Mm-hmm.
Is there no plea deal or?
Let's talk about the plea.
Negotiation?
There's no offer on the table for Alicia. This number, it literally came offer on the
let's talk about the plea.
Negotiation?
There's no offer on the table for Alicia. This number, it literally came from social media. Somebody posted it and then everyone took it and ran with it. There's never been an offer on the table for her to accept or anything like that. The only thing that they have come to Alicia with is to say, hey, if you proffer to us, if you come sit down with us and talk to us about everything that happened, we'll take it back to our homicide team. We'll discuss whether we want to offer you anything, and then we'll come back and we'll talk to you about what that offer may be. But it's not going to be anything like probation, anything, some light term of prison. It'll still be something significant. That is the only thing that they've come to us with. There's no number, there's no formal extension of an offer, nothing like that.
That sound about
y'all. That kind of says a lot, in my opinion, of how the state feels about their case right now. They're not even offering her a plea. When again, I do understand how serious her and the surveillance is, and I understand her part, right? But out of everyone, she probably was the person with the least amount of hate for this young man. They don't even want to offer her a plea.
All right, the internet tends to make things up all the time.
Being in it is different. Like when you see all the stuff that goes, that comes out and whatnot, being in it is very different. But I have to say that I've seen, so a lot of people have hit me up and, have you seen this girl? She's on the internet, on TikTok and this, and she says, I'm not a lawyer, but, and so they were all like people, my friends and whatnot, because I wasn't really on the TikTok and the Instagram and whatnot for a little bit. So they were all telling me about your representation of what was happening and how it was the most even keeled and most like objective out of all the others that they had seen, right? So kudos to
you.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. That is my goal. I was going to say, I don't think I've ever mentioned the plea deal because I also look up the documents. And so, I'm not that would be in the document, but when I don't see it in the document, I'm less likely to report it. So I do appreciate that because that always is my goal, is to just say what's being said. And then people kind of get their own opinions from that and watching trials play out. Because as we've seen many times in the trials that I've covered on my platform, what is the prosecution, their story is told first. They're the ones who indict. So their story gets told first. And when you get to trial, those things don't always play out the way it was presented, right? We start seeing things look a little different than how they were said. So I do try to remain more balanced with my kind of recapping of the situation. So I do appreciate that. I just want to quickly ask, you mentioned the death penalty. And just to be clear, Alicia's trial is the first of the 5, and they're being tried together. Is that right? And she is obviously separate. Why is her trial separate and from the others? And is it because of the possible sentence? I believe they are looking at the death penalty potentially, and obviously she is not. Is that why? And can you just talk about that?
Hello.
Yeah, so to answer the first question, they're going to be tried, at least right now, the trial date for them is in April. So they will be tried separately but together. Now, as to why the two trials are at different time periods, it's because of a few things. In the very beginning of this case, Alicia was represented by another attorney. That attorney held on to her right to speedy trial. So the trial for her was supposed to go in January of this year. And because she did not waive speedy trial, the two trials took different paths. The other attorneys waived speedy trial, and so their trial was set out much further. But when January came around, I jumped on the case a little bit before that. I asked for a continuance, and then it was set to August of this year. And then the other trials, they had their own track, right? So if there's someone that breaks, away from the issue, like if one of the other defendants say, I want a speedy trial, if they demand the speedy trial, they'll have to go to trial before April. So long as they maintain, right, or that they don't want a speedy trial, that they want to go whenever everyone else is going, then they'll stay in that group.
And she was originally in January, she was still pregnant, right? So that initial date would have been before she had her baby. Obviously being moved now, she's had the baby, and so now that's happening on the other end. But she was pregnant initially, right? For the January date.
Correct.
Okay.
Is there a world where the other defendants vouch for her story, or say yes, she was abused, or yes, she didn't know what was happening? Is that possible?
It's possible, but unlikely. I think at this point in time, though, they have the right to remain silent, and they'll likely stick with that unless, I can imagine that they would volunteer any information right now.
And one thing you'll learn is that most of these other defendants, they have no relationship with Alicia for them to even want to get on the stand and throw themselves under the bus. And just to save her. The only one that would or maybe should even have some sort of idea of doing that would be her ex-boyfriend, Isaiah Chance, right? So he could step in and say, this is what happened, and she had nothing to do with it and whatnot. Again, that's unlikely to be the case in this situation, but theoretically he could come. We could use him as a witness. If he didn't want to assert his Fifth Amendment right, he could testify and talk about what happened, what actually happened. But that's very unlikely to happen. His lawyer is likely not going to let him do that, and he himself probably is not of that opinion. But I don't want to speak for him. But
I don't know if I can jump in because Jake said something that I kind of want to piggyback on. Is that okay?
Yeah.
This thing that she's not part of the group. Those guys don't know her. The only one who knew her was Isaiah Chance, and essentially, for all intents and purposes, Chance is the only one whom Alicia knew. And so it's an astute audience like yours should be able to ascertain quickly that Alicia wasn't in the loop because she wasn't in the group. So she didn't know all of this stuff that these guys knew. They came down to, if they did do what the state alleges, they came down here for one thing. Alicia came down here to be with her.
Y'all know who he's starting to remind me of? He is starting to remind me of Coach Prime. He is starting to remind me of Coach Prime. Why did he just do that? Like it's like I bet he just sit down and just write stuff down all day. Ooh, that was good. Don't take a look or they're gonna give you the book. Like I could just see him just sitting down writing stuff down because he has said a few things that were also in his opening statement. What?
A boyfriend and all of these.
I don't mean to talk. I don't mean. The TikTok comments have been talking about how her team seems like they're new. The lead attorney has only been practicing 7 years. I don't know what he is, but he's clearly less than 7 years if he is the youngest attorney. Mr. 10 years up there, he has not been in court. I don't know how long Arian has been practicing, but they weren't lying when people were right to speculate. She has a really young team. A really young team.
These other plans they had, she was not privy to those because she wasn't in the group. She was out of the loop. It means like which one doesn't belong, and clearly it's her. They all knew each other. She didn't. They were all a group. She wasn't. And so I really do appreciate the fact that you have such a platform that maintains the objectivity and the the open-ended kind of question position for your audience to come to their own rational conclusions. I don't know what comes after the ellipses, and I'm not a lawyer, but I will say this. If it was the state, though, it should say, I am a lawyer, but we rushed to judgment in this instance.
Come on.
No, that's what happened here. Susan Lopez and her office, when this awful incident occurred, made a lot of statements and a lot of promises without knowing everything that we now know. And they rushed to judgment. And but yeah, it's clear Alicia wasn't in the loop because she wasn't in the group.
I like it. We gonna remember that one.
Yeah. He likes it.
So we talked a little bit. Jeremy mentioned the queso trial and this kind of Florida rap beef that kind of goes a long way and kind of goes into all of that. Per the state, according to the state, that beef is connected to this case as well.
What that baby mama is? No, why would you make me notice that baby back there having a
Is that what you're saying? Is that what they're saying, I should say?
I mean, certainly there's a lineage, presuming that there is a relationship between the defendants, the four guys, and ATK and 6 Block, then certainly there's a connection to the gang war that started in Jacksonville probably somewhere around 2017 with Julio Fulio and Young and Ace. And it's a thing that led to a series of killings and rap songs about them. And so if there is a connection between the four defendants, the four guys who are defendants in this case, and ATK, of course, it's all connected to the queso stuff that is connected to the entire Jacksonville warfare that's occurred over the past 8 or so years.
Yeah. Are we expecting to see lyrics used in this trial?
Well, music videos, not necessarily the lyrics, but music videos will be used by the state. Okay. Right. We believe that that's irrelevant to Alicia's trial because she's not the one in the music videos. She doesn't even know half the songs that they're going to be trying to use or show the jurors. The reason why they want to show the jurors these music videos is because they want to play up this idea that there's a gang beef between 6 Block and ATK, which are the two groups here that come into play, right? But Alicia has no.
Now let me tell y'all what's crazy is he says they want to play up the fact that they're. Let me see what he said. I don't want to misquote him.
The reason why they want to show the jurors these music videos is because they want to play up this idea that there's a.
He says this idea as if there's a lie when his co-counsel literally just said there is a gang war that dates back to 2017 between Young and Ace and Julio Fulio. He literally your co-counsel just said that. He just said that there is a gang war. Not only that, all of his questions he's been asking them about this gang war. Are you aware that this was going on? This was real.
A gang beef between 6 Block and ATK, which are the two groups here that come into play. Right, but Alicia has no connection to any of the music that they're going to be putting into the trial. But the judge allowed that. We'll deal with that appropriately as it comes. I think it's going to be a distraction for the jurors, and we'll highlight that for the state. I mean, for the jurors, we'll highlight that the state is here trying to distract you, as opposed to presenting evidence that shows that Alicia intended to do something that you're claiming she did.
So in the ATK, this kind of lineage, this rap.
Let me tell you something. My problem right here is this is a big case. Mel has a huge platform. Why didn't you go sit in the closet? You could have sat in the closet, went in your office. This is not. I don't care that it's YouTube. You have to be professional. You treat Mel just like you treat 2020. Why on earth would you not? It's distracting me. You're distracting. You not even answering the questions right. You're not answering the questions right. No, he has to treat her just like he treat. If that was 2020, I bet I'm not finna go on Fox 13 and the baby running in the background.
If that kind of goes back, is there any connection between Alicia and rapper Julio Fulio? Was she partying with him that night? Is there any connection outside of this incident between her and him?
Zero.
Look at Mr. Mohawk.
Absolutely none. Done follow him on Instagram.
Okay, are the lawyers not talking? Are the lawyers not talking? Are the lawyers not talking? Because I don't know if you guys saw the argument Aaron was making. They wanted these questions in about her talking about Julio Fulio. And Aaron's like, well, she's already admitted that she followed him on Instagram. She knew who he was. I guess my issue with the defense is I wish the strategy was different. She knew who he was. She knew what was going on. I guess it's just important to say maybe she could have said she was scared of him. I don't know what she could have said, but this angle is not working or y'all not communicating. Arian literally said in court, she admitted that she followed him. Like she admitted it. She knows.
No social media relationship. She doesn't know him. She was nowhere near him as far as where he's partying or what have you. So no relationship whatsoever. As a matter of fact, the state, I don't know if I haven't heard this narrative pushed in social media or mainstream media, but Alicia has no gang affiliation, and the state admits that. There's a statute, Florida Statute 874, that describes what a gang member is, what a gang associate is, what a gang affiliate is, etc. And Alicia fits none of that criteria, and the state admits that. She's not a known gang associate, not a known gang member. She's a person of no interest when it comes to gangs. And the state knows that she has absolutely no ties to that mess. So like I said, again, I think that the state made a lot of promises in the beginning of this, and they're doing the best they can to save their faces in this instance. But they arrested Alicia, no connection.
And so you're asking about her connection to Julio Fulio, right? Which was, they say that he was over the 6 block group, right? So you might also say, okay, well, what about her affiliation to Young and Ace, right? Which was allegedly over the ATK group. There's no affiliation to Young and Ace as well.
Okay. Well, here's another question I have. Obviously, the consequence of this, the potential verdict, if guilty, the potential sentence, I should say, is life without without parole. How do you, as attorneys, prepare your client for, especially it was gonna happen in January, she has her, don't talk about postpartum alone is a whole nother thing, but doing that in jail, and now you don't get to see your child, so there's a whole nother woman level, mother level that I could have a whole nother episode about. But for her to have this massive moment approaching for her, and then it was gonna start a month ago, and then it gets pushed again. How do you prepare your client for the reality of what's coming, and the days are going to be long? Not being able to defend yourself when you hear people and the prosecutor saying these things about you that you feel are not correct. How do you prepare clients for something of this magnitude?
So I'll tell you one thing, at least for Alicia, I have many clients, and some are crybabies, and she's the furthest thing from that, right? This is a young woman, a young kid, and she has to be one of the strongest clients that I have, facing the heaviest of burdens, right? It's like with her child, right? And at one point being impregnated in the prison, in jail, right, with a child. After that, not being able to see your child, put a continuance of the trial.
Y'all, was she pregnant before jail, or did she get? He said impregnated in the jail. She was pregnant before jail, right? I think so.
Not having any opportunity to get any bail or bond, right? And when I go and see her, her spirits are never down, right? She believes wholeheartedly that she will be exonerated because she's innocent. And when you see us in court, when you see her smiling, when you see me and her discussing things, it's also me trying to make sure that her spirits are up, right? Which is very important.
Oh, okay.
Right. So it's very important that she knows that she's got people that are fighting for her, that she maintains the spirit that she has, right? That she doesn't allow jail to break her or what people are saying online to break her, right? Obviously, we have to watch what the jury may see with her smiling, right? And we'll deal with that in trial. What the internet may say and what they may believe about her smiles and this and that it will be irrelevant because we'll be talking to the jurors that are seated in the box, the 12 people who are going to make the decision, right? And they'll get to see her every day, not just clips on Instagram, right? And so it's very important that everyone knows that this is a young kid, but she's very, very strong and she's very ready for this to be over with and ready for the moment.
Yeah.
You know, and one of your viewers says something very interesting. They have a comment up that says the state likely wants her to flip to bolster their.
First of all, it must be late. I must be tired. I gotta be tired because first of all, I know that we're watching something filmed 12 days ago, but when he said one of your viewers has to comment up, I don't know if y'all saw my face. I jumped because I got. I can't keep coming up. I was finna take you down. I'm sitting here. When he said one of your viewers got to comment up, I'm like, wait a minute.
Their case against the others, right? Think about why she isn't doing that, right? Why wouldn't she save herself if she could, right? Think about that very heavily in your thoughts, right? If she could save herself, this is her first child. She was 21 at the time, right? If she could save herself by flipping on everybody else, why wouldn't she do that already?
Mm-hmm. Especially on people she.
I have to go back and watch the. When he said one of your viewers got to come in up, I swear I like. Wait a minute.
Doesn't even know.
She don't know. She don't know the guy. So.
Yeah, I mean, the funny thing is, they talked to her for hours when they interviewed her, interrogated her about the matter, right? In the interview before the arrest, they talked to her for hours.
Brianna, I don't think they'll come on my platform. I don't think I've been very objective. Mel does a really great job of being objective. I just feel like my style of talking to my audience is how I feel about the case. I try not to get too crazy with stuff anymore because, you know, sometimes what I think is joking, other people don't find funny, but I don't think I've been as objective. I just tell how I feel. I just talk about what's going through my mind, and Mel thinks about what she says first.
Her story was the same, and she just told them the truth. They rejected the story. You know, you had to know because you were right there. You had to know because you know this guy. You had to know that. And she's like, I don't know. What do you want me to tell you? I don't know. So, I mean, you know, and I have to echo what Jay said. I said it a bit earlier. I mean, she's just that kind of person. She's sturdy. And if she was in the courtroom breaking down and crying, people on social media would have something to say about that too. Yeah. She's crying because she's guilty. So cry or smile, she can't win. But her personality is of such that, you know, she is a high-spirited person. She's standing on her belief that the truth will indeed make her free, and that she has a good legal team behind her to help that come about. I like the sentence that you proposed, life without prison. That's the verdict that we're going.
Come on now.
Put new meanings to words. I love it. I think those were the questions I had, but if there's anything I didn't touch on or something you guys wanted to add, you know, please feel free to say that now.
I can go through the comments and see if there's anything I can answer. So I do see people asking about jury selection, like what our ideal jurors might be. So that's something that we'll hold close to the chest, right? Because jury selection, but I could say this about jury selection. Jury selection is really jury deselection. So they're going to have 100 or so people come into the room. And I don't know that you all will be able to see any of this. I think the Young Thug trial may have had jury selection, like live stream. I can't remember. I know it was a long period or process for that, like months of jury selection, but they're going to have about 100 or so people come in. And we're going to be asking these people questions. Our goal is to find the people who have the most bias against Alicia and the type of charges that she's faced with. So if someone is a juror who has had someone in their family killed and they can't get over it, right? Or someone is familiar with gang violence and they just can't get over what they've been through. Those are the individuals that we're looking to get off the jury. So long as we can get jurors who will look at the evidence objectively and won't have any biases towards Alicia Andrews, then we're good, right? We don't need necessarily somebody who thinks that she's beautiful and thinks.
First of all, the fact that y'all think these people have microphones like they playing in the Tyler Perry stage play is crazy. That is that man's hair. Y'all in the comments talking about, oh, that's a light. That is his hair. He is not on I Can Do Bad All By Myself, the stage play. That is his hair. Okay?
They'll just let her go because of that, right? That's not realistic. That might be something that you do in a movie, right? But here we're looking to just get off the people who are biased, who can't be fair and impartial jurors in this case. So long as we can do that, we'll be in good shape.
Yeah, we've had a jury consultant on our platform a couple of times and kind of spoke to him about jury deselection and how that process goes. It's always very interesting to see how that works. And, I attended the A$AP Rocky trial that was in LA at the beginning of the year. And again, watching that process and how it kind of plays out is always so interesting.
I would just say that it's so important that that people remember. So, like I said in the beginning, I'm a revolutionary. I don't have a whole lot of high hopes when it comes to this colonial construct, right? But we live in it, and
okay. So when he first started talking, Ash K said, Ash K put a comment up about the types of cases he was probably representing himself about. And Ash, you might be right. That man said this colonial structure. He said he don't have high hopes, but he did. I'm gonna rewind it.
Just say that it's so important that that people remember. So, like I said in the beginning, I'm a revolutionary. I don't have a whole lot of high hopes when it comes to this colonial construct, right? But we live in it, and those of us in this who are lawyers in this particular program right now, we all work to make this thing work better for those of us who've been trapped in a certain kind of situation for hundreds of years. And I would hope that your audience members and others would recognize that it could just as easily be them, and not be so quick to rush to judgment, because perception is not always reality. Alicia was it still is, a young woman, excited about life, makeup, hair, modeling, and now mothering and what have you, right? On a, she packed a girl bag to go on this trip, not a gun bag. And, she was on a trip with her boyfriend to hang out, the club hop in Tampa. That's what she was here to do.
I got, now see, what I would like to do is interview Mel and ask her how does she keep a straight face. I gotta ask Mel. I got to ask Mel how she kept a straight face with him. I could see me right now. He said she packed a girl bag, not a gun bag. She went to go club hopping. What clubs did this girl go to? Oh my God. Y'all.
Right. And because to on this trip, not a gun bag. And she on a trip with her boy-girl bag to go mothering and what have you, right? On a she packed a girl bag to go on this trip, not a gun bag. And she on a trip with her boyfriend to hang out, the club hop in Tampa. That's what she was here to do, right? And because of, with no clue that this awful thing was about to occur, because it happened, she was somewhere nearby, now guilty by association, and all these people, many of whom look like her, want to side with the people who would put them in the same throes of injustice if they're standing next to it. And I think that we should, as some kind of just a community, reconsider how we express ourselves when we find one of our sisters and brothers in this mess. So I would just leave with that. That's
I just had one more question. Actually, I just thought about it because there's two charges, obviously, the first degree, and then it's accessory. Is that the other one?
So not accessory, but let me explain the first degree murder. Yeah. So when in Florida and in other places as well, she's charged with the principal theory, right? Mm-hmm. So she didn't actually, they're not claiming that she actually pulled the trigger. All right. So if you don't actually pull the trigger, you can be charged with the same crime, receive the same punishment as someone who actually did the crime if you helped. Right. And so maybe that's where you're getting the accessory language from, is that if you help the situation, if you did something, if you intended for the result to happen and you did something to help it occur, then you charge as what they call a principal. And then, you're facing the same sort of crime. You're charged with the same thing. So she's charged with the first degree. Somebody in the chat asked the question, and she charged with premeditated murder. In Florida, the difference between first and second degree murder is that first degree means it's premeditated. So she is charged with premeditated murder.
Go ahead, sorry.
So Julio is not the only victim in the case. Right? There were multiple people in the car. So there are other victims. Other people did get shot. Right? Other people were shot at. So while it seems as though the intended target was one individual, there were multiple people in the car that were victims.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's a conspiracy.
And Jay's right. Julio wasn't the only victim. The other people in the car who were shot weren't the only victims. Alicia's a victim too.
Yeah. Cool. All right.
We just covered the Kyron Lacey case, and learning that you need to really get all of the evidence out and dive deep into the evidence before you come to a conclusion. Because I was one of those people with the Lacey's case. He did this, and this is what I saw on media, and this is why this happened. But after all of the evidence came, you see it was totally different. So, hopefully everybody looks at this case and,
just remain objective and lets it play out.
Objective,
Let it play out, for sure. Okay, I think that is all I have. Again, I'm so happy that you guys were able to join us for this conversation. We don't have Attorney Arian White, who I have a relationship with, who is also on the team as well. So we'll be watching the stream, looking forward to watching all of you guys do what you do. I'll leave you guys with any final words before we go. We can start with Mr. Lifetime. You've given us all the words, all the quips. I like it. But if you have any you want to leave before we get out of here.
We got enough.
I just want to express my deep and profound appreciation for y'all having this platform and welcoming us onto it. And I look forward to doing it again when we bring Alicia home.
Absolutely. We'll have to circle back for sure. Mr. Strickland?
Absolutely. Thank you guys so much for your time and the ability to speak on behalf of our client, Ms. Alicia Andrews, and listening to us. We appreciate that.
We'll let you take us out.
So first, I want to say shout out to Arian.
When she said, "I'll let you take us out," girl, I thought life was about to start. I thought life was finna say a quick break.
I've known Arian since I was actually in law school. I think we met the summer of 2016 or so. She was going to Emory at the time. I was at FIU Law School. And we met because I wouldn't say it went viral, but there was a conversation. There was a student at FIU that posted some rap lyrics, some Kanye West rap lyrics about being in Paris, but they called themselves The Word. And so it caused an uproar at my school, and Arian jumped in to fight all the way from Emory in Georgia, and she had my back. So we had each other's back since then.
Nice.
But yeah, so I just want to say I appreciate the platform. I appreciate everything you do on your platform because it's good. I don't know when you're actually going to become a lawyer, but the practice could use you.
No, yeah.
So after that, I'm not a lawyer, but it's coming, and maybe that's probably what you're supposed to say. But definitely, like you're like so. In being a lawyer, there's a lot of people. They've gone to law school. They've taken the bar, and they're still very illogical. They still don't know how to just represent the facts. They still don't know how to keep issues separate. And you get on, I've seen you do many cases, civil cases as well as criminal, and you're able to, like, sometimes the same day, you're able to pick apart a case. You're able to pull out the documents from the docket and pretty much go through it and give everybody a snapshot of what happened, and it's accurate. So like that skill in of itself is crazy to have, even though you haven't been to law school and you're not a lawyer. But hey, the future is very wide open. So I appreciate you.
Thank you. I appreciate you for saying
They
that.
come and blowing you up. They saying speak on it. So
They tell me all the time, but I will. This is what I do say. Because I'm in California, they have the baby bar, which is it's criminal, torts, and contract law that you would be tested on. And so I do want to take that because you don't have to be in law school and all of that. And so I do want to take that. Just it's very petty of me. Just so I can comment when people are like, "You're not a lawyer, shut up." I can say, I click the little bar, so I know what I'm talking about. But other than that, I don't. I have enjoyed building this platform and being some part of being able to inform people and have kind of facts behind me. That truly is the heart of what I'm doing. So I really, really appreciate you saying that. Appreciate you guys even considering me for this conversation and coming on to chat with us. We will be watching our platform. The co-counsel is what we call them. We will be watching for sure and, giving thoughts. I'll be doing my recaps. So again, thank you so much. And yeah, all the best of luck for the trial.
And all three of you all are very motivational. Thank you for representing us well.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
All right. We will see everyone next time. Thanks for watching, everybody.
All right.
See you guys. Bye.
So again, thank you all for watching. I hope it was informative. I hope you'll be tuned in to the trial that is starting again on jury selection starts on October 20th. So depending on how long that takes, we'll get to opening statements. And wherever you fall, all I hope is that you remain objective, not saying you have to go for either side, but I think what I try to encourage, and even as a reminder to myself, that we just let the facts play out. I've been stumbling all day. Let the facts play out and kind of see what happens from there. So that's always my goal. Thank you again to the attorneys. Thank you to Arian. She was missed today.
Have y'all seen what's going on with this NBA gambling thing? This looks like it's gonna take down some of these bigger names in sports. Child, one of the coaches just got arrested. They said he had laser tables. I was like, what is going on? Let me find grandma, y'all, because T was telling me that too. She's like, Mel, you got to see her. Okay, she was she yesterday or today, y'all? She was yesterday. I'll tell you that. I'm happy I got through it, but I still feel the same way I felt before I watched it. I feel the same. It was 9 hours yesterday. There go him. I knew I said she was towards the end. Yeah, did they show the grandma face? Like at least she looks cold in there. Well, they playing, child. I'm trying to see if this is the grandma because I see her. No, this is still him on the stand. This can't believe this boy is young doing all of this. The grandma must not been at the end. Okay, I saw. Oh, I'm almost done with day 2. Hey, I must have watched this out of turn, y'all. Was the grandma today or yesterday, y'all? Was she yesterday though, Lexi? Hey, Lexi, I don't know if I spoke to you. So they're not showing the grandma either. And was she yesterday or today though? She said, "Go change y'all names back." Okay, yesterday. Okay, I thought she said she was near the end of the day, but I feel like uh, like who she is. Then I say Alicia go from here to here to here like all day. I wonder if she like really understands what's happening. She definitely cold, Aaron. I mean, yeah, Aaron. She definitely cold. You think so? I think juries are so.
Do you swear or affirm that
You
the
never know.
testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, you may proceed. Thank you, Your Honor. Please state your full name for the record.
Lorna.
They already said her last name.
That at 475 Opal Avenue. How long have you lived at that address?
I own that house since 2006 and I moved in permanently in 2021.
And I'm going to ask you specifically about June 26th of 2024. Were you staying at that address at that time?
Yes.
How do you know Sean Gaithright?
He's my grandson.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit
Yes.
36.
I think they said she's Jamaican, Brianna.
Could you look to that screen behind you? Who's in that photograph?
That looks like Sean.
Your grandson that you just referred to?
Yeah.
And on June 26th of 2004, were there some detectives from the Tampa Police Department that came and met with you?
Yes, I think they were from
Hold
Tampa.
on.
With you, detectives from the that you just referred to?
Yeah.
And on June 26th of
Y'all, they had all of these boys within 3 days. Within 3 days, they had them all.
2004, were there some detectives from the Tampa Police Department that came and met with you?
Yes, I think they were from Tampa. Yes.
And they asked you some questions and reviewed a video that was inside your house?
Yes.
Were they asking you questions? I'm not going to strike that. Prior to that, had you seen your grandson, Sean Gaithright, on June 23rd of 2024?
That was the Sunday before the police came, the 23rd, yes.
And prior to Sean Gaithright, your grandson coming to see you, did he call you?
Yes, he did.
Do you remember approximately what time he called you on that day, June 23rd of 2024?
It was in the afternoon. I know it was after 12. It was over in the afternoon. The exact time, I don't remember.
That's okay. Do you remember what time he arrived at your home after that phone call around noon?
No, I don't remember the time.
All right. Was it still light out?
Yes.
What vehicle was he driving on that day, on June 23rd of 2020?
It was a black car.
Is that a car that you had seen before?
No, that was a recent car he got. The one I knew wasn't working, so they got rid of that one.
Did you have a vehicle at your home?
Yes.
What type of vehicle was that?
It was a SUV that belonged to his mother.
Was that gold or tan in color?
It was more tan.
Tan. And at some point while he was visiting you on June 23rd of 2024, did he change vehicles? Did he leave the black car in your driveway or leave it at your house and switch to the tan SUV in the car, or I'm sorry, in your garage?
Yes, after I gave him permission to do it.
Did you see him unload that black car and take some bags and put it into the tan SUV?
Yes.
Do you remember how many bags that he removed from the car and put into the SUV?
Either 2 or 3, I don't remember. But I know I was there talking to him while he was moving the bags.
Okay. Did you ever look inside those bags?
Yes.
Okay. What did you see inside the bags?
One of the bags had a camera, because we were talking about the camera, his photography that he was doing. And when he came outside, he said to me, "This is the camera." And when I looked at it, it was one of those professional camera, big one that professional photographer use. There was a light source, and there was something that I call it looking like an umbrella that you use to deflect the light when they're doing the pictures.
Okay. And why did you look into his own personal bags?
I didn't take it from him because we were talking in the house. Because when I asked him about school, about the photography, and about his power washing business, then we talk about that, and he said, when it passed me to put it in the SUV.
He's talking about I'd be aggravated if my grandma tell everything on the sun. I don't know if he gonna be aggravated because she is lying and she's sticking to it. She she said it was a light source, an umbrella, and a big camera, the big ones. And then she said, "Why'd you look in the power? Why'd you even look at the bag?" Well, we was first talking about the power washing business. What?
He said, "Oh, this is the camera," and I looked at it and I said, "Oh, nice."
Okay. Were you out in the garage the entire time when he was at that black car in the driveway?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see your grandson wiping down the entire car with a cloth?
No.
Okay. So you obviously weren't out in the garage.
No, I was there. What happened when he had loaded the car, the SUV, and I said to him, "Did you take everything out?" He said, "Yes." I said, "Make sure, don't leave anything that you need, and make sure the car is clean." He looked at me and he smiled.
You told him to clean it.
So he went back into the car, and I said to him, and he looked in the front area and he looked in the back, and I said to him, "Do you have your charger?" He said, "Yes." What? And I did that purposely because they always buy fast food, eat it in the...
Yeah, I'm sorry. I am sorry. Granny may have ADHD too, because her story is all over the place. Did you see your son wipe the car down? I did. Because he always leave the car messy. Now she talking about they always buy fast food. Like, girl, what?
Car, leave the wrapping and the container and with the juice. And they're always leaving things back in my house. So I said, make sure you take everything that you need and make sure the car is clean. So he looked at me and he smiled.
Interrupt her.
And I said to him, "You have everything? You have the charger?" And he did, and he said yes.
What?
So that was what happened. Then he said to me, "Do you want me to put the car in the garage?" I said, "No, you put the car in. I will move the SUV." And I did not want to move the car.
Okay. So did he do that for you?
Yes, he did that for me, and I moved the SUV.
Okay. And so at some point, all of the stuff that he had in that Impala, that black Impala, he moved into the SUV. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Because I had asked him if he took everything out that he needed, and he said yes.
Had you ever said anything different to law enforcement with regards to whether or not you actually looked into the bags?
No, no, I don't remember. I don't remember.
Not him, I don't believe you.
Don't remember.
Okay. You don't ever remember saying that the bags looked heavy?
No, I did not say that.
Oh, okay.
All right. And of course, you love your grandson, Sean Gathright. Is that correct, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
Do you know whether or not your grandson, Mr. Gathright, whether or not he ever owned any firearms or used any firearms?
Did not, never.
He never owned or
Never owned, never used.
Okay. I have nothing further, Judge.
Let me tell you something. Does Granny know they have all those pictures with all those guns from his house? Does Granny know what he was stopped with? She said, never owned it, never used one. Granny, I see what you tried to do, but no, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Okay, cross.
You hear me, Kitty?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right. Do you know who Alicia Andrews is?
No,
She's not one of Sean's friends, right?
I don't know her. Never seen that name before. Never see her before.
All right. She's never been to your house before?
No, not that I know of.
And when Sean came to the house, you were standing in the garage?
No,
Talking
no, not when he came. When he came to the house, he came to the front door and he rang the bell. When I opened the door, he opened his arms and said, "Grandma," and he hugged me and I hugged him.
Okay. When Sean came to the house, did he tell you why he was switching cars?
He told me that the car that he had, he couldn't put.
Well, Alice, the defense, I don't know who said this was a strategy. I forget. I think it was Brian Steele may have used this strategy as well. They don't, I mean, the most they can do, they're trying to say that Alicia didn't know these people. She had no reason to do any of this. So with every witness, you notice when they cross, that's their first question. Do you know Alicia Andrews? The person's going to say no. Do you know if she's associated with a gang? The person's going to say no. He's asked people, did you see her in the club? Did you see her in the Airbnb? What he is trying to do is say, these people don't know my client. My client doesn't know anyone in this case except the boyfriend. Why would she want to kill him? No one knows her. But here's the thing. That is why she was able to walk around that club like that. No one knew her face. So, but that's their strategy. Hey, Sundrop. That is the strategy. No one knows her. So that every time that's what they're trying to do and get to the jury's mind. She didn't know these people.
The power washing equipment, it was difficult to get it in the car, in and out of the car. And then he asked me if he could, we were in that conversation, not just come up and ask me that. We were in conversation. And when I asked him about the power washing business, because I know he started that business the year before, and I asked him, how is it doing? And he said to me, it's doing okay. And then he said, we'll continue to talk because we were eating and talking at the counter.
What?
And then he said, Grandma, can I borrow the SUV so I can put the equipment in there because it's difficult to get it in and out of the car. And then he said to me, it's totally up to you, Grandma. And I said, it's okay.
Okay. All right. So he said he needed the truck, the tan vehicle,
the SUV, yes,
to put power washing equipment in.
Equipment in because he had a.
He said it's totally up to you. I said, okay. Like, yeah, it's totally up to me. It's my car.
Job to do the coming up. There
All
was
right.
a job he had to do.
What are we doing?
All right. And could you actually see what was inside of his bags?
I saw he showed me, we talk about the photographer equipment.
Sorry.
So when I was standing right at the back of the SUV was open. I was standing close to the back, and he took the bag up, and then he said, "This is a camera." And I looked in the bag because it was open. So I looked in it and I saw the camera. And as I said, it was a professional camera, not the little small one that we all use. It was a big professional camera.
Okay. All right. That was that bag though, right?
That was that bag.
All right. But you didn't see any firearms?
No.
Any ammunition, anything like that?
No.
All right. And then the police came to your home?
It's Aaron.
That was the Wednesday after. I think that was the 26th, I think.
Okay.
The Sunday he came to the house, and the police came the Wednesday after. I think it was the 26th.
Okay.
Something.
When the police came to your home, they wanted to view your surveillance footage?
They wanted to view it, yes.
All right. And you allowed them to view the surveillance footage?
I allowed them to view it, but then I realized that they downloaded the footage, and I did not give permission to download. I gave them permission to view because it was just a normal visit, and there was nothing on there.
Maybe he was wiping
Okay, so you're saying the police took the footage from your house without your consent?
Without my consent, yes.
All right. And I see that you have on a mask. Are you wearing that mask to conceal your identity today?
No,
that was
I can
good.
take it off.
That's fine. No further questions.
I like how they're trying to be slick, but the only difference is Alicia was concealing her identity. Like there's no way you're going to tell me she was not. If she would have been in that Uber with a mask on, if she would have been seen with mask all the time, somebody get on the stand and testify how she always wore her mask. She was pregnant. She was very scared. She's a first-time mom. It would have made sense. But she literally always had her face covered.
Okay.
Just briefly direct it.
Yep.
Aaron, here you go.
Alan, regarding when law enforcement detectives from the Tampa Police Department were viewing that video footage, you asked them to leave, right?
Yes, I did.
And that was after they were viewing that video footage.
After they started to take footage from it.
You also got a phone call from your daughter, Damalie Lyle, during that time period, didn't you?
No, I called her.
You called her.
I was trying to reach her because I didn't know what was going on.
And specifically after that phone call, you asked those Tampa Police Department officers to leave, those detectives to leave after you received your daughter's phone call.
No, that was not the reason.
Okay.
I told them.
But I'm asking you about the sequence.
Yes.
You called your daughter while they were viewing that video footage. Is that correct?
I called her. I did not get her. I called a friend in New York. And I said to her, there are some cops here. I do not know what is going on. Please pray for me. Because she's a Christian. I said, I don't know what is going on. Just pray for me.
But regardless, after that call that you made, you asked those detectives to leave. Is that true, ma'am?
Yes, I did ask them to leave. And my reason is,
go ahead.
They asked me if they could view the footage, and I said yes.
And did you watch over their shoulder?
Lexi, I am not trying to laugh at this man's grandmother, but can you just imagine? Daughter don't answer the phone. You say, shit, let me call Geraldine. Geraldine, they in my house. I don't know what my grandson done did. I just need you to pray for me. Like, girl, why the police searching the cameras? Girl, when I tell you, Granny, I think she talking herself in a circle.
No, I did not.
Hold on. So go ahead. Were you done answering?
No,
okay, I apologize.
No, I did not finish answering.
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Where was I?
You were saying that what was the reason, I believe, for asking them to leave?
While they pulled me over, I was scared. I was shocked. I didn't know what was going on. I could not use my phone because I said I could not use my phone. The phone was in the car. When eventually they allowed me to use the phone, there's a friend that lives in the neighborhood that I called and I said I needed some support because I'm just out of it. I didn't know what was going on. So he came over. After he came over and they asked me if they could view the footage, I said yes.
Okay.
So we went into the house. I was sitting at the table, at the breakfast table, while they were over in the den viewing. I was not paying attention to them. I was talking because I wanted to calm myself down. So I was talking to the friend. But then it dawned on me that they were there a long time ago, for a long time. And I realized that short time could not take them so long. So I turned around and I said, no, there's
I think we all get what Granny said. We just know she lying.
more going on. I need to speak to a lawyer because I don't know what is going on.
Okay.
And then he backed off.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Okay, may this witness be excused? Okay, thank you, ma'am. You're free to go.
Thank you so much.
All right, is that it for today? Okay. Okay, very good. All right, we worked a little later tonight, but just so we could get some witnesses, relatively quick witnesses on and off. So tomorrow, it's Friday tomorrow, correct? Yes, okay. So we will break no later.
Okay, y'all. Baby, that done tickled me. Oh my God. Granny did not disappoint. But Granny is most certainly up there lying. And she'll never convince me otherwise. She is up there lying. Oh, okay. She is up there lying. The judge said, now that she's off. Okay, let's see. Not Erin got on her clothing day red. Okay, my girl got a little sparkles on her shirt today. She just looks so young, man. Just too young to be caught up in this shit.
Strikes that occurred in those two rooms. Do you
Not making it too far.
of 2024, what was your position?
I was a crime scene technician 1.
How long had you been a crime scene technician 1 with Tampa Police Department on June 23rd of 2024?
About 5 months.
What sort of training and education did you receive in order to get that position?
I have a associate's in science and technology and a certification in crime scene.
And 432?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification. States Exhibit 28.
No, they must be watching the cameras off on purpose.
Sir, were you asked to document different bullet strikes that occurred in those two rooms?
Yes.
When you were doing that, had the guest already been removed from the rooms?
Now the film is like this for
I don't recall.
an hour.
Okay. Let me ask you what is being documented in 430.
Okay, let me see that argument. Hold up, y'all.
Okay, very good. Everyone have a seat. Okay, so is it corporal, detective?
Detective, but I'm a corporal.
Okay, so currently it's corporal.
Yes.
Okay, very good. Since you've not yet been cross-examined, while we're on this break, you can't talk to anybody, including the prosecutors, about anything related to this case. So you're welcome to sit there, but you don't have to. So it's up to you. Okay, so very good. So you're getting your exhibits cleaned up, and then they're not calling Robert Howard. Are you all?
So that's an issue. Yesterday I subpoenaed him.
Yeah.
So if they're not calling, we want to call him.
That's why I'm asking.
He's out of jail.
So he won't be shipped. Was he writted here?
Yes, she was.
Okay.
I just want to make sure that there's some issue.
I am notifying the clerk right now. So Mr. Howard can go back today, but he's not to be released from the Hillsborough County Jail. Okay, he needs to stay here through at this point, at least through October 31st. Okay?
Your Honor, we could also address the visit that occurred with Mr. Howard. I did have an opportunity to speak with him this morning, learning that happened.
What visit?
I went to see my friend.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Howard is represented by counsel. Apparently that did come up in conversation. And that counsel was not present or notified of the meeting itself. Additionally, there were some concerns by Mr. Howard, at least related to me, about whether he was being recorded either by video or audio by defense attorneys at that time. If that's the case, ask for an instruction from the court for that to be destroyed.
What?
So I can tell you it's not recorded, audio or visual. I don't know where he's getting that idea from. But I did go and see him. I just said I subpoenaed him. I went to jail myself to subpoena him because I saw the state tear down their witness list. And I was concerned that they might not call Robert Howard, so.
Okay, that's fine. So you're, as an officer of the court, you're saying that there was no surreptitious recording of Mr. Howard.
I would have no reason to.
Okay, I'm just asking.
Bro, do y'all see how little this girl is? Bro, this makes it even say she got to be 4'11". She has to be about 5 feet. If that, she looks like a little kid.
I didn't record it.
Okay, he says he didn't record.
Understood, Your Honor. The questioning that took place also was without the presence of Mr. Howard, because he was asked questions.
Well, Mr. Howard, but without his counsel.
Excuse me, because his questions not only about this case, but his federal case or potential exposure on that.
I didn't.
It's what was relayed to me. I was not there, Your Honor, so I can only relay what the witnesses provided to me this morning.
I can tell you what I did ask him. The first question I asked him was whether he's represented in this case as a victim's rights attorney or anything like that. He said no. And then I asked him, are you represented in your federal case? He said yes. I asked him, are you represented in your state probation case? He said no. I did not ask him about his exposure. He then asked me, am I in any trouble? Do I need to be represented in this case? And I said, you're not in trouble, because he thought that maybe because I asked him the question of whether he had representation, that maybe the state was coming after him for some reason. And I told him, you're not in any trouble in this case. I don't know anything about your other cases, but that's it. I didn't ask him about his exposure in this federal case.
Okay, so what are you asking?
Only that in advance of his testimony next week, that if the defense is going to call him, we employ the same procedures we typically do, which is both sides meeting, discussing the impeachable issues as far as prior, suspending cases, those types of things before Mr. Howard takes his stand.
Okay.
That's normal.
Well, you have to disclose any impeachment material. You don't have to, I know. You don't have to go over your strategy, but if you are intending to impeach him with anything, you just have to make sure it's been disclosed, or is otherwise no.
He was deposed in the case. The state was present. They had that copy of
Okay, so I guess what I'm hearing is if he made any statements to you when you met with him last night that you're going to use to impeach him, you have to disclose it.
There were none.
Okay, they're not going to use any statements that were made when Mr. McClymonds met with them last night. Okay, so we should be good on that. All right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll be back in 5 minutes. Get going.
So this is not what I wanted to see. He was telling me they had some arguments going on. I wanted to see those. This must be about the.
Well, we'll just have to work with it today, and then you guys, we can fine tune it. Okay?
Now, at that point, did you have knowledge through either Lieutenant Cheek or other officers as to why that car was wanted or what it was in relation to, what kind of investigation?
Yes, sir.
And what did you know at that point?
At that point, through running the vehicle through Florida's database, and CIC database for license plates, it came out as a vehicle involved in I believe, a homicide, if I remember what the hit was.
Okay. Now, were you aware at that point, when you were in your vehicle at that time, of the murder of an individual who had a celebrity name of Julio Fulio?
By Erica.
Yes, through just social media, but yeah.
Did you associate the two things? That car was wanted in relationship to that homicide?
Yeah, I basically put it together on my own based on it was Tampa and the date of entry.
All right.
I believe it was probably 3 days or some change after the fact.
Did you know that firearms had been involved in that homicide?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that one of the reasons you pulled your duty sidearm?
Yes, sir.
When you produced your sidearm and you were exiting your car, did you point it at the suspect that was getting out of the Chevy Cruise?
I did.
Oh, this is.
Did you give him verbal commands?
Yes, sir.
What type of verbal commands?
I believe I said, let me see your hands. Just try to get compliance from him verbally.
Did he comply?
No.
What did he do?
He decided to run.
He said he decided to go run.
When he ran, did you run towards him or take off?
Once he ran, I gave chase.
All right. So you're chasing him. What happens?
As we're chasing, I pull.
So he is here in Gwinnett County, Ash. So this is one of the Murphys. They were in Gwinnett County. They were on the run for like 3 months. So they ended up seeing that car. The Chevy Cruise was I don't even know how he got to him because the screen is messed up. Let me try to see something. Let's see if Court TV is. The screen is messed up. So I skipped when the screen was messed up. Is it day 2 or day 3? I think we're on day 3. He said I don't have no reason to record him. Okay, we were on Law and Crime. So it's like that with all of the streams from today. He said I need to see somebody.
I drew my department issued taser 7 at that time and deployed 1 set of cartridges. It appeared that he fell behind the car. It looked like he was about to get back up and run again, and I deployed a 2nd set of cartridges.
Now, the parking spot that he was pulling into, was it near the actual building of the hotel?
Yes, it was connected to the hotel.
When he ran, did he run near the hotel or around the hotel?
Yes, he ran. He basically stayed on the side of the hotel and ran towards the back.
When you tasered him or when you deployed your taser, was that in an area that was behind a line of parked cars?
Yes.
And is that where he was running?
Yes.
Did the tasers, as far as you know, make contact with him?
The first set of probes probably did not. The 2nd cartridge did.
Okay, we'll get to that. You deployed a 2nd cartridge in your taser.
Yes, sir.
So if you could, just for those who don't know, with a taser, when it deploys, there are prongs, right?
Yes, sir.
Are there leads, wires that lead to the prongs?
Yes, sir.
Are the prongs designed to lodge in flesh or to try to get into the body in some way?
Yes, sir.
And do they separate as they deploy?
Yes.
What's the purpose of the separation?
So the purpose of separation, we are taught in the academy to split the belt line. At a certain distance, the probes would, the cartridges, the probes would essentially travel like at a V formation to try to get a better spread to a person's body to achieve neuromuscular incapacitation.
So when they're deploying, they're moving in a V, so they're spreading out, and they're going to hopefully impact the body is the intent, correct?
Yes, sir. The intent is to get ideally 1 upper body, 1 to a leg.
And you indicated neuromuscular incapacitation,
Yes, sir.
NMI, I believe it's referred to.
Yes, sir.
As the suspect was running, did something appear to be happening to his pants?
Yeah, I think when he first fell, that was probably because his pants were sagging and went down.
Overruled, go ahead.
So you deploy a taser, he falls. Do you deploy a 2nd taser after he falls?
I do.
And is that because he's attempting to get up?
Yeah.
Do you believe the 2nd taser made impact with him, the prongs?
Yes.
All right.
He said this already.
Now he's on the ground. Does he get back up off the ground?
After the 2nd taser deployment?
Yes.
No, I achieved neuromuscular
He didn't say he
Did other officers come to assist you at that point?
fell down.
And did they point their guns at the suspect?
Yes.
Did you point your gun at
You
him?
did hear
Yes.
You heard
Did you reholster, or what did you do with your taser?
So, in the process of running, I was in the process of holstering my department issued firearm, and that was when I drew my taser and deployed it.
So now you're there with the suspect, other officers are there. Would it be fair to say you have him on the ground and you're surrounding him?
Yes.
Are you or other officers giving him commands?
Yes.
Is he complying?
Based on the neuromuscular capacitation afterwards, yes, he decided to comply with all officers there and so forth.
Was he taken into custody and handcuffed?
Yes, sir.
And was he placed into a vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Was that a patrol vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Was he identified?
I had him priorly identified.
Oh, you did? Okay.
He wished not to give me his name and date of birth.
All right.
Just to confirm further his identity.
Did you later confirm his identity as Rashad Murphy?
Yes, sir.
Now, later in your investigation, did you assist officers in detaining another person?
Yes, sir.
That was related to the Chevy Cruze?
Yes, sir.
Did the investigation reveal that Mr. Murphy and a woman named Charmaine Steiger had checked into a room earlier that morning in that hotel?
Whole name on
And was Ms. Steiger detained?
Yes, sir.
And was she placed into the back of a patrol car
Yes.
there at the scene?
Yes, sir.
Were you wearing and equipped with a body-worn camera on that morning?
Yes, sir.
And your agency, Gwinnett County, issued those to uniformed officers?
Yes, sir.
Now, your body-worn camera, where at that time was it mounted on your uniform?
So my previous agency, Gwinnett County Police Department, we had the main recording box, and then we had a camera that led to our shoulder, pointing forward.
Okay. So the camera's pointing off of your shoulder forward of your body.
Yeah, it was my collar. I had a collar piece on that point.
Was the camera activated when you pulled up behind the Chevy Cruze?
Yes, sir.
When you pulled up behind the Chevy Cruze, and did you pull up in a way to attempt to pin the Chevy Cruze in between the other two cars it was parking between?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor,
I'm sorry, but I just, you know how like when they're on the stand, it could really take an hour to tell us about something that literally happened in 5 to 7 minutes, because he's back on just trying to get the man to pull over the car now.
with Interstate 64.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, admitted.
So your body-worn camera is activated. Is it recording?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Moving to published state 64. That's the interior of your patrol vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And to the right, is there a computer mounted?
Yes, sir.
Oh, we got that. Let me make sure that ain't my neighborhood. I heard something about a baby.
Are you pulling into the hotel?
One of those by me.
And is that the hotel on the left?
Yes.
Google what that said.
Above your steering wheel, is that the Chevy Cruze pulling into the parking spot?
Yes, sir.
Okay, it's in Norfolk. Oh, the gun didn't scare him. That boy didn't stand a chance. Oh, he didn't stand a chance. He couldn't run fast. Is he dead?
The yellow device that's in your hand, is that the taser?
Yes, sir.
And we could see the wire hanging out of that. Is that the lead?
That That boy,
Okay, and that connects to the prong that goes into the body.
I just don't know why he ran. What they said, the boy must have sand in his shoes. Why did he? No, that's how the cops look. Oh, he might have, you think, y'all look at him. No, he should just sit in the car. He should sit in the car. I don't know why he ran because he didn't go anywhere. He was not running like he didn't want to be caught. At least he should not have run.
The yellow device that's in your hand, is that the taser?
Yes, sir.
And we could see the wire hanging out of that. Is that the lead?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that connects to the prong that goes into the body.
I don't know if it was his release. Oh, James said it was a red truck tripped him up. James, I don't know, James. He does not look like he was getting anywhere. James said it's the red truck.
Yes, sir.
Did Lieutenant Cheek, to your knowledge, contact law enforcement here at Tampa Police Department in Tampa, Florida, to alert them to the arrest of Rashad Murphy?
Yes, sir.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Anything? Tender the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, cross.
He was not fast. He was faster.
You ever come into contact with Alicia Andrews?
Y'all do?
You know who that is?
Y'all, the defense's strategy is always to ask about Alicia, because almost to tell the jury, you're here for Alicia, but they're wasting your time with information around everyone else. Do y'all remember how one of those lawyers in YSL would, when it was their time, would just ask, do you know my client? Have you ever seen my client? It may have been Bruce Harvey, because remember, he talked about his strategy was to sit Quay all the way in the back and make sure he would get up and ask, do you know my client? Because Quay didn't know these people. He really wasn't involved with most of it. D. Williams, they said D. Williams too. That was, I think that I feel like the attorneys here, that's every time they get up, that's all they're saying. Do you know my client? Do you know anything about her? Because again, these people have no knowledge of Alicia. They have no knowledge of her. So the strategy is, look, my client is here. Nobody knows who she is. It might work. It just might work. It just might work.
Do you know anything about her?
Objection, Your Honor, outside the scope.
I'm going to sustain the objection as the way the question's phrased. So rephrase your question.
You don't know who Alicia Andrews is?
Objection, again, outside the scope and all this.
Overall, you can answer.
I do. Was Alicia Andrews with Rashad Murphy?
No.
So she didn't run
Objection,
from you?
Your Honor. Calls for speculation as to whether she ran.
Yeah.
Well, I think the question was ran with Rashad Murphy. So you can answer that question.
No.
All right. Do you have any indication that Alicia Andrews was in Georgia with Rashad Murphy at any point in time?
Alicia's in there.
Did Rashad Murphy tell you anything about Alicia Andrews?
No.
No further questions.
Okay, redirect.
It might work.
You don't work for the Tampa Police Department, do you?
No, sir.
And you weren't involved in the homicide investigation of the death of Charles Jones? And you don't know anything about where Miss Andrews may have gone after the murder, correct? Because you don't work here in Florida and you didn't participate in the investigation. Is that fair to say? Nothing else, Your Honor.
Okay, this witness be excused. Okay, thank you, sir. You're free to go. All right, who's your next witness?
You know, what I don't know is, I think the state has attempted to do a great job with following up, because the defense is using these questions every single time. Every single time, that's what they ask everyone. This is the first time I felt like, okay, Well, I think I feel like that with Aaliyah as well, but I really just like that. Just to remind the jury, don't be fooled. Don't be fooled. We know what they're trying to do, but let me remind you, he's not associated with Tampa. He was not in the murder investigation, so he would not know Alicia. He would not know the intricate details of the case. He wouldn't. We don't expect him to know that. I like that. I could rope that. You think the state has failed, Summer? What? I don't think so.
Okay. Judge, we're going to call Detective Taylor Klein.
Okay.
Confirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
That strategy might work. This is the first time I'm like, oh, because we've seen it all this time, but this is the first time I'm thinking, what if it worked?
Thank you.
Go.
Right, may I proceed?
Please state your full name for the record.
Taylor Klein, K-L-I-N-E.
How are you employed?
No, Summer, I think me and Ms. J were just talking about this earlier, is that just because Fulio was, I'm going to say this too. No, everybody has this idea of what Fulio did, but he's never been convicted of anything. Everybody just assume he's done. And again, I'm not from Jacksonville, don't know. What I am saying is that just because you have an idea of who you think he is, as a mom, I just felt like nobody deserved what happened to him. That he could not have done something so bad for these people to travel and hunt him down like that. Not only just him. I think, we forget Fulio is the one who passed, but he's not the only victim. Yeah, right, Summer. Just because he brags about something does not mean. Do you know how many rappers rap about stuff that they don't really live? I'm not saying that was him, but his stuff aside, he was not the only victim. I know Fulio is the face of the case, but there was a dad visiting with his wife, his child. His wife was injured. Numerous people's cars were shot up. What else? There's another woman who was bullets came through her room, could have hurt her. Another person was shot in the leg. We've got multiple victims. It's not just this case, in my opinion, is not just about Fulio. Although he's the bigger person in the case, he wasn't the only one hurt. My son gonna leave himself and me enough. Gonna love himself. Yeah. But when I say as a mom, I'm talking about the fact that he was still somebody's child. And I think folks feel like that because the lyrics, I'm with his mama. Fulio's mom made a video. And in the video, she was like, I don't condone what my son was doing. She said his mom was shot 8 times because of him. She said, I don't condone what my son was doing. She said, I would tell him all the time that wasn't right. She said, but people always speak about my son and what he did. They're not talking about the times I've been put into songs. They're not talking about the times I've been disrespected. She said, and I don't know how true this is. My son didn't disrespect people's mothers. He may have said stuff about people, but he wasn't disrespecting their mothers. And from her point of view, when these kids get in a certain age, as a mom, all you can do is love your child. They ain't gonna listen. They're not gonna listen to everything we say. They're not gonna listen to everything that we say. It's our job as mothers to try to love and support our kids and hope that they get better, right? I just with the whole Fulio situation, I don't live in Jacksonville, so I know there are people from Jacksonville who may feel differently. I don't live there, but we're not going to act like it was just him. It wasn't just him. It sounds like it was like both sides doing things, right? It's both sides. It's key. I think she said that. His mom said that. When I looked at his mom, what I saw is, and I think I saw her probably when he first passed. I don't think his mother was shocked that it happened. You know what I'm saying? I don't think his mom You know how some people, you just know one day you're going to get that call? You're going to get that file. You're going to get that call one day. And I think she knew one day she would get that call. His mother, like she wasn't, now who mama I saw was just seemed like still tore up. Jada Young's mom, I saw a TikTok of her one day. She was crying so bad about her son. Sometimes you know the life that they're living, so you know what comes with it, right? But that does not mean you're not going to mourn. You're not going to grieve your son. That's your child. And she was saying it. She was like, this was my only son. My youngin'. Like she said, this is my baby boy. Your child can be the toughest one out there, right? Toughest one out there in the street, but that's still your baby when they come in the house. Even though fans, yep, I see that too, Key. I just, for me, I just try to, when it comes to like this beef stuff, there are no sides. Both sides lose in the end. Both sides lose in the end. Like, I personally just wish it would stop. When I'm watching this case, it's like, damn, this really goes on. First of all, seeing how little Alicia is standing next to those attorneys, thinking about the fact she was 17 years old and these are her friends that were dying. I don't know what that life is like, right? She said, I ain't gonna lie, I picked the side off music, and in my opinion, I never listened to Ace. I'm not like I don't know, the little drill rappers and stuff. I don't really listen to. I like Youngboy. Would he be considered drill rap? I do like Youngboy. But if he had beef with somebody, I really won't know unless it's over X or something. She was Miss Cherie. She was shot 8 times. She talked about that too. She talked about being shot 8 times in the hospital bed, trying to talk to the parents like, listen, this has to stop. This has to stop. She was trying to talk to parents, and how basically some parents didn't even want to talk to her. She said they basically were like, F her. After you get shot 8 times, I think you want some change. Only Fully I know is me out there doing Julio. Me, Ash. I was telling people, I said, I remember, because if you're on X, I've been on X a little over almost 2 years now. So I've seen him on X before, or people post about him, but I didn't listen to his music. I didn't listen to his music. Based on music, they literally be putting it. That's what I learned what drill rap is. I thought drill rap was the beat. I thought it was the beat. I didn't know it's specific. It's not just the beat, it's because in the music people did stay opposite. I said, I didn't know that. Shout out to Court. Shout out to Court. Court taught me that. I thought drill rap was a beat. The type of beats that maybe G Herbo, King Von, the type of beats they would be on. Ash, I wish I could have went. Oh, I wish I could have went so bad. Let's not talk about it. I didn't know. Wait, yeah, I didn't know. I didn't know, yeah. Shout out to Court. You learn more than just about the law. He said, I thought drill rap was about. You know what, James?
How long have you been with the city of Tampa?
A little over 10.
How long have you been a detective in the homicide unit?
2.5 years.
Were you, did you participate in the investigation of the homicide of Charles Jones?
I did.
Who was the lead investigator?
Detective Juan Ramos.
How is the homicide unit, how many detectives are in the homicide unit at the Tampa Police Department?
About 12 detectives.
Is there a sergeant that is in charge as well?
Yes, there is.
How many?
2.
How is a homicide case assigned at the Tampa Police Department?
So typically, we will have a person that's assigned as a lead detective.
He doing all that?
That lead detective will have an assistant, so a second detective that's helping them. And then depending upon the scene of the homicide, there could be anywhere from 2, 3, 4 detectives, depending on how big it is, how expansive it is, and how much work needs to be done.
Do you work as a unit and assist whether or not you're the lead investigator in a particular case?
Yes, that's one of our strengths. It's kind of like communal, where we all use our experience, our expertise in different areas to come together to investigate these crimes.
Who was assigned as the lead homicide investigator in this particular case?
That'd be Detective Juan Ramos.
And did he have a second to assist him in the investigation?
Yes, he did.
Who was that?
I believe that was Detective Aaron Campbell.
And is Detective Campbell, has he been promoted and is no longer in the homicide unit? Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And is there a specific homicide detective that is tasked with supervising the crime scene?
Yes,
Was there one assigned to this particular case?
I believe so.
And do you know who that was?
It would be, I believe, Detective Alverson.
Now I'm going to ask you what specifically that you did. Did you yourself respond out there to the home to suites across from the University of South Florida?
I did not.
When were you assigned to assist in this investigation?
Some days later, so it would have been kind of being July.
What specifically were you tasked to do?
So Detective Juan Ramos had identified a cellular device in this case related to one of the suspects. He had done a search warrant and received timely advance geolocational data for that device. And it was clear before this incident that it had gone to several different locations. So I identified a specific time before the homicide had occurred and went out in that area attempting to locate video confirming the devices in that area.
Okay. Did you know which
Somebody get Fulton County on the line. He said we got the cell phone data, pinged where it was at, and we went to locations to see if we can get video. This how they have so much video.
suspect timing advice data that you were looking at the time?
Yes.
Whose was it?
That'd be for Alicia Andrews.
And can you tell the jury briefly what is timing advice?
Do y'all hear this? Listen.
Data that you were looking at the time?
Yes.
Whose was it?
That'd be for Alicia Andrews.
And can you tell the jury briefly what is timing advance records obtained from a search warrant from a cell phone provider?
So obviously every cell phone has a network that it's on. When you're using your phone, obviously it's using data, so it's interacting with cell sites. And the cell phone companies can provide data showing general locations of where the device is at certain times when it's being used.
And in this particular case, did you know when the incident occurred, the exact timing of when the shooting of Charles Jones took place at Home to Suites?
I did.
And were you aware that there was video footage of when that occurred?
Yes.
Would you also have had knowledge of when 911 calls started coming into the Tampa Police Department?
I don't remember at the time, but I'm sure that was looked at by other detectives.
So when you say you started looking at the timing advance records of Alicia Andrews' cell phone records, what time period are you looking at specifically?
So obviously this incident occurred June 23rd. So I would have been looking at about 1:25 hours that morning.
And what did you do? Where did you start?
So looking at the records, it seemed like it was in the general area of Fletcher, west of Bruce B. Downs. I've been out there several times, and I know there are a bunch of restaurants and a gas station and different businesses that are out there.
Did you also at that point of your investigation have information about possible suspect vehicles that were involved in this particular case that you would have searched video for?
Yes.
What sort of vehicles were you looking for?
I was informed 2 involved vehicles. One was a silver Chevy Cruze, and the second was a black Chevy Impala.
What businesses did you go to look for video surveillance around that time period?
There was a McDonald's located in that general area.
Where was the McDonald's located specifically?
So the McDonald's would be at 2205 East Fletcher Ave, and that is on Fletcher, west of Bruce B. Downs.
Did you go to that location?
Y'all, did he say that he saw the Cruze and the Impala? because I think that is important. They were always together.
Yes, it did.
Did you look at the video surveillance footage for that time period of July 23rd of 2024?
Yes.
Did you locate anything of interest on that McDonald's video footage?
Yes. I was able to look at exterior cameras that were located around the business, and it's appeared that around that time a Chevy Cruze came in to the drive-through area.
This McDonald's on Fletcher Ave, how many cameras did that McDonald's have?
A lot.
Can you tell the jury the locations of the various cameras on that particular property?
Yes, it appears that there was cameras all around the building. On the west side is where the drive-through starts, so you can see cars as they pull up to the area to order food. It wraps around to the east side of the business. There's cameras that are pointing north and south, and then inside the restaurant itself, there is a camera view of the cashier area as they interact with cars in the drive-through.
Does that video footage have a date and timestamp?
Yes.
Did you confirm and verify the accuracy of the date and the timestamp on that video footage?
Yes.
How did you do that?
So I will go on time.gov, it's official time for the government, and I will look at the live view on the camera system that I'm looking at then, and compare that with the camera or the time on time.gov to see if there's any discrepancies in time.
And was there a discrepancy from the McDonald's video footage to real time?
Yes.
How much was the discrepancy?
It was approximately 12 minutes and 15 seconds fast.
And you're saying the McDonald's time was that it was faster than what was real time. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And was the date accurate?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we would introduce into evidence States Exhibit 78.
Any objection?
Yes.
What's the basis?
Foundation, authentication.
Well, why don't you show it to him and have him verify that that's what the exhibit is?
Is this the McDonald's video from that Fletcher Ave location?
Yes.
Is the video footage that you have viewed, is that a fair and accurate representation of the area that the cameras around the McDonald's and in the drive-through depict?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd introduce into evidence States Exhibit number 78.
Any objection?
Yes, no objection, authentication is not been waived. The contents in the video are what he said personality, not the area around it.
Okay. Has he viewed that exhibit before?
Judge, he hasn't viewed this particular exhibit, but he has viewed the video footage of that is contained on this particular exhibit.
Okay. Overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Sir, did you testify that you had located that Cruze that was a suspect vehicle in this particular case?
Yes.
And were you aware whether or not that silver Chevy Cruze had been depicted in other video footage that was captured at the actual crime scene and other clubs that were involved in this investigation?
Yes, that information was relayed to me. It wasn't the first person I could watch video from other cases.
And sir, can you tell us what is the street that is being shown outside of the McDonald's parking lot?
That's going to be Fletcher Avenue, and this business is located on the southern side of Fletcher Avenue.
And then will you indicate to the jury when you see the silver Chevy Cruze that you were looking for and that you found on this video surveillance?
Well, it looks like we're starting to see the footage, y'all.
gonna be behind this SUV, so it's the second car that's located on the movement.
And for the record, can you note the time?
It's 1:47:10 on the DVR time, and it's 12 minutes past 8 minus 12.
And where is this camera located at the McDonald's?
This is on the west side of the business, and this is the beginning of the line to order through the drive-through.
Detective Klein, please tell us where this camera angle is located on the McDonald's.
So this is going to be a little bit further to the south. This is as you go in the drive-through and you're about to pull up to the intercom to order food.
Can you again note the time of when the silver Chevy Cruze is in place?
All of these cameras.
147, and that's on the DVR time.
Yes, I don't remember anybody saying they didn't know they did Julio though. I'm like, was it Aaliyah? That was the first witness.
And where is this camera angle?
So this is on the southern portion of the building. It's looking at the drive-through line as you order food at intercom.
And what is the timestamp now?
Right now it's 1:47 DVR time.
And again, is that the same silver Chevy Cruze that we saw previously?
Yes.
Even Hillary Banks is crazy. James, that is crazy. Let me see. I don't remember nobody getting on there with a name Chloe something. Get caught on every camera key. Every camera they got you. We got them getting their food. We got them pulling in and out, like every camera pulling into the hotel. It's crazy.
And Detective Klein, where is this now camera angle?
So this is on
They showed all this
still looking to the south at the menu through the intercom.
Well, this is kind of what I was looking for, is more evidence of her with the group. So they get into what the parts I was wanting to see, and this was in their opening statement. They said they'd show us. They're showing us.
And where is this camera located?
This is on the east side of the building, looking to the south.
Pulling up to the drive-through,
Of
going to the drive-through, and getting their food.
You're exiting the intercom area when you.
Okay, I'm skipping. That's not them. Okay, here they go.
Detective, is that the same silver Chevy Cruze coming into view?
Kind of yanking on the
And
list.
can you note for the record what the timestamp is?
1:50 in the morning on the
The crazy part is they say she admitted, like, yeah, that's me in the car. So she told them this is her. There's no dispute there. I'm interested in what the defense is going to do. Because that's just sitting here. Oops. Okay.
Did you go to any other businesses in that area?
I went to a couple of other businesses in the general area. Was not able to locate any video that had any evidentiary value to this case.
Okay. At some point, did you go to the Truth 18 Plaza?
Yes.
When did you go to that location?
It would have been 2 different days, the 3rd of July and the 5th of July.
Why did you go to that location?
We were given information by the lead detective, Detective Ramos, that the victim may have been in this general area before the homicide had occurred.
Were you working with other detectives when you went to that location?
Yes, I was.
Who were you with?
Detective Lipsky and Detective Wheeler.
Did you locate video footage where Truth 18 was located?
Yes.
Well,
I would just ask them not to read off this report.
Okay, so you just need to testify from your memory, and if you need to refresh your recollection by looking at your report, you just need to tell us that you're doing that. And so take a moment, look at your report, refresh your recollection, and then continue testifying, okay?
Again, what day did you go to Truth 18?
That's fine. You can look at your report to refresh your recollection.
2 days, the 3rd of July and the 5th of July.
Okay. On the 3rd of July, did you notice any sort of cameras at that location?
Yes.
What is the address of Truth 18? Again, if you need to refresh your recollection by looking at your report, go ahead and then let me know when it's refreshed.
So it's a complex located at 4819 East Bush. There's a bunch of different businesses there. It's like a little strip mall.
Okay. Is that located here in Hillsborough County?
Yes.
Do you know approximately how far Truth 18 is located from Home to Suites?
Off the top of my head, probably a mile or 2 away.
And were there any businesses that had surveillance video of that strip plaza in which Truth 18 is located?
Yes.
What businesses had video footage?
So the nightclub itself had a DVR system with cameras, and then the complex itself had camera systems that monitored the general areas, and that was in a hair salon that was located within the property.
What was the name of the hair salon? If you need to refresh your recollection, you may do so.
Hubby's Hair Salon.
Okay. And did that business have video cameras that pointed to the parking lot of that strip plaza in which Truth 18 is located, as well as the stairway leading up to the entry to Truth 18?
Yes.
Were you able to locate video footage from June 23rd of 2024 that captured the victim, Charles Jones, and members of his entourage friends entering that location?
So in this instance, I downloaded just a block of video. I didn't necessarily examine it and look for the contents. It was just kind of like, we just need to secure this and then we can review it at a later point.
And so was that blockage of video footage, did you provide that eventually to Detective Ramos?
Yes.
What sort of blockage of time did you get from that business containing that area that we've talked about?
Basically from the time this incident occurred, the homicide, and a couple hours before.
And when you were there, did you confirm or verify, or one of the detectives with you confirm the time, the date and the timestamp of the video footage from the Truth 18 Strip Plaza. How off was the time for the video? If you need that to refresh your recollection, absolutely.
We found that the video was 22 hours, 45 minutes, and 9 seconds fast.
22 hours.
And did you relay both that information and the video footage to the case detective in this particular case?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Yes.
Your Honor, we passed the witness.
Okay. Okay, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Free to go.
22 hours.
Okay, do you guys need a quick comfort break or you want to keep going?
Oh, she said
Good? Okay, I think we're good. All right. Call your next witness.
State calls Detective Angela Carter.
Oh God, this is the foolishness y'all tell me about.
Good morning.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you.
Okay, you may proceed.
Police Court. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Would you please state your name?
I'm Detective Angela Carter,
And how are you employed?
Gwinnett County Police Homicide Unit.
How long have you worked for Gwinnett County Police?
Since October 2016. So
9 years. And how long have you been in the homicide unit?
it was since September 2021.
Okay.
And I've been in investigations since March of 2020.
So you were an investigator in another area of the agency before homicide?
Yes.
Ma'am, are you certified under state of Georgia guidelines as a law enforcement officer?
Yes.
And did you attend a police academy at the beginning of your career?
Yes.
Since you've been in homicide, in addition to periodic and annual qualifications that you have to attend and complete for your certification as a law enforcement officer, have you completed and attended other training in relation to homicide investigations?
Yes, I have.
Right, so I'm going to call your attention to the morning of June 26th of 2024. Were you requested by a supervisor to respond to some location in reference to this case?
Yes.
And was that in the city of Norcross?
Yes.
And who was it that contacted you?
My sergeant, Michael Poppy.
Is Sergeant Poppy, is he Detective Sergeant of Homicide?
Yes, yes.
And where, do you recall where you responded to?
Yes, 5945 Oak Brook Parkway in Norcross, the Fremont.
Now, what time of day was this?
I got there around 9 o'clock in the morning.
All right, and where were you responding from?
My house, I just dropped my son off for school.
And were you on the way to work in any event?
Yes.
When you arrived on scene at that location, were there other officers there?
Yes.
Did you make contact with them and with your sergeant?
Yes.
He was there at the scene?
Yes.
And after speaking with them, were you alerted to the fact that an individual named Rashad Murphy had been taken into custody?
Yes.
Was there another individual there on the scene that was in the back of a patrol car?
Yes.
And were you alerted that that person's name was Charmaine Steiger?
Yes.
After arriving and speaking to your supervisor, did you make contact with her?
I did.
Did you actually walk up to the patrol car and open the door and speak with her through the door?
I did.
And at some point, did you request that she come with you to a precinct office?
Yes.
Did she agree to go?
Yes.
And once at the precinct office, did you end up interviewing her or attempting to interview her?
I interviewed him.
Okay. Did it come to your attention during that time that a cell phone had been located within the Chevy Cruze?
Yes.
And you were alerted when you came to the scene that Mr. Murphy had been detained after getting out of a Chevy Cruze, and that the Chevy Cruze was related to an investigation of a homicide here in Tampa?
Yes.
Was that phone that was found in the Chevy Cruze, was it brought to you by another officer?
It was good purple. It was
When you received it, was it open and running?
Yes.
Was there an app or an application that was running on the phone?
Yes.
What type of application?
Maps.
So is that a navigation application? Okay, that can be utilized as navigation or GPS.
Correct.
And had Ms. Steiger given you consent and permission to go and obtain the phone and bring it to that location? Okay. Once you had it there with you, did you provide it to her to look at?
Correct.
All right. And she had asked to look at her phone.
Yes.
And after looking at it, did some message pop up that you actually visualized and saw on the screen?
Yes.
Did it have the name Julio Folio on it?
Yes.
And after looking at that message, did Ms. Steiger tell you she no longer wanted to look at the phone?
Yes.
And at some point around that time, did you seize the phone?
I did.
Why did you do that?
To preserve evidence, because based on the content and evidence and conversations we had had at that point, I believed that there was evidence in the phone. It's very easy to wipe data off phones and delete it.
Did you at some point, or was at some point that phone provided to another officer within the Gwinnett County Police Department for analysis or extraction?
Yes.
The phone was provided to this person to conduct a Celebrite extraction, is that correct?
A forensic download.
A forensic download, all right. And that's using software that is connected to the phone?
Yes, they use a program called Breakkey. They do a download of the phone and then they put it into a Celebrite reader so we can review the content.
Okay, so that's a parsing application or software?
Yes.
And was that a Corporal Harden that conducted or attempted to conduct that download?
He did. He did.
All right. Now, did you have contact with detectives who were in route from Tampa up to Atlanta?
Yes,
And from that point forward, were you in communication with Detective Juan Ramos?
I was.
Was it brought to your attention that there was some difficulty trying to extract information from the phone?
Yes.
And why was that?
They had plugged up the phone to start the download with Breakkey and it failed twice. So they wanted to leave it running all night and they put it on a charger. Well, when it's being extracted with Breakkey, they have to use so everyone can see. They have to plug it in through the charger so they can't actually charge the phone. That way they had it on a wireless charger. So when they came back in the next morning, the phone had died and they didn't know why. The case was still on it. And when they took the case off the phone, they realized that the back of the phone was damaged. So the wireless charger wasn't working.
All right. And for the record, you were showing the jury in the courtroom the charging port. Yeah.
What it was called at first.
And so the phone had a case on it, similar to what you have on your phone, it appears. And when that case was removed, a protective case removed from the phone, there was damage noted.
Yeah, that's what caused it to die and the wireless charger not to work.
All right. And was there some information, though, that was extracted from the phone?
Yes, they were able to get a BFU, which is a before first unlock.
Was that provided to you?
Yes,
And did you start reviewing that information?
I did.
How did you do that?
Plugged it into my computer and opened Celebrate.
You have a Celebrite application on your computer?
No, it comes in the download.
In the download, okay. And that allows parsing or allows you to be able to read and review the information?
Yes.
While you were reviewing that and going through it, were you collecting images and information and communicating that information to Detective Ramos?
Yes.
And were you communicating and sending that to him through some electronic means?
Yes.
And what was that?
Phone, email, talking on the phone,
Okay.
stuff like that.
Were you assisting with this investigation?
At that time, yes.
Okay. Now, you've indicated that you were viewing images. Did you, in fact, take snips or record in some way the information that was on the computer screen?
Yes.
All right. I got one moment.
Yes. Since you've not yet been cross-examined, while we're on this break, you can't talk to anybody.
So that's an issue. Yesterday,
Robert Howard, are you all,
so that's an issue. Yesterday, I subpoenaed him.
yeah, okay.
That's the moment.
Well, you have to disclose any impeachment material. You don't have to, I know, you don't. So we can just take a look and see. Let the jury know we're just working on the glare situation. All right, like I said, we've got all afternoon to work on that, so let's go ahead and bring in our jury. What are you gonna do? All right, very good.
I was asking you about recording the images from the partial extraction from Ms. Steiger's phone.
Yes.
Your Honor, we would tender state 65, A is in alpha through G is in golf.
Any objection?
Exactly what Dad thought she looked like.
Moving to publish state 65A. Is this one of the images that was on the phone, contained on the phone?
Yes.
All right. And is that a photograph of the driver's license for Rashad Murphy?
I'm
sorry, for Davion.
I was about to say,
Murphy.
I think that's Davion's.
Davion Murphy, yes, you're right, Davion Murphy. Down here in this access modified section, 6/18/2024, 5:29 p.m. and 6/18/2024, 5:29:53 p.m. with UTC markings. Is that the date that would have been taken or collected by the phone?
Taken.
Taken, okay. State 65B publishing. Was this an image that you also recorded and forwarded to Detective Ramos?
Yes.
And did you send the prior image to Detective Ramos?
Yes.
65A, all right. Now, in this photograph, this appears to be a photograph of possibly a crime scene with some officers in the scene.
Yes.
And was there a video or, a music link attached to it for Young and Ace?
Yeah, it's a screenshot of what looks like an Instagram post. And when you post something on your story on like Instagram, you can tag and insert a video or a song with it. And that's what that is right there. It says Don't Know Why by Young and Ace.
Okay. And this is a date, this has a date of June 19th, 2024, 5:29:21 p.m. with, again, UTC +0 markings.
Yes.
Is that the date that would have been found or?
And you know, I'm offering some evidence, but he's just listening to a song.
Or recorded on the phone?
I believe it was a screenshot. That's the day it was screenshotted.
Screenshotted, all right. Now, 65C, and I think now we're dealing with a photograph of Rashad Murphy. Is that correct? His DL?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I want to say, yeah, it looks like it, but the name is very blurry. I can't.
Okay. And this is an identification card?
Yes, it is.
A Florida identification card. All right. So maybe if I bring it up and show it to you.
I don't know. What is that?
You can read, and I know it's a little blurry. Do you see the name Rashad Travion?
Yeah, I can see Travion very well.
Okay.
I mean, I've seen this before, so I know it's Rashad Murphy's, but I just wanted to make sure.
And it's potentially on this identification card is the last name Jakur and not Murphy. It's a different last name.
Okay, I can't see it.
Okay. Can I approach the witness again?
Yes.
This is 65C that we've been publishing right below my finger.
Well, Ash, we have to explain it again. This is just one of the people. He's got to lay out the case, all of the parties. Rashad Murphy I think he was on the run the longest. They showed Alicia in the car. She's going to be in the car with Rashad Murphy. I don't know if that helps. She's going to be in the car with him.
Okay. But Murphy's up here, right? I think that's what I'm saying. It's really blurry. I don't want to answer incorrectly.
Yeah, sustain us to speculation.
Okay. 65C, do you see the name Murphy above that?
Yes.
Okay. And you've seen this image previously when you were viewing it on the screen of your computer?
Yes.
And that is an image of Rashad Murphy?
Yes.
State 65D is in Delta Publishing. Was this an image that you found with associated information in the partial extraction?
Yes.
And what is this image?
It's a screenshot of a contact.
What is the contact? Is there a name on it?
Yes, it's Goodman.
Is there a phone number associated to the contact?
Yes.
What is the phone number?
904-309.
He probably like, that ain't even his number.
And in the information as far as this image, is it recorded as to when that was placed in the phone?
Yes, June 22nd, 2024.
The customer already told me it's a minute. I've been warned.
Is this an image that was found in the partial extraction? And this is state 65E is an echo.
Yes.
He got them boots on.
Does this appear to be a photograph?
Yes.
What's in the photograph?
A black boot, black pants, a bag that has a charger, 305s, and a straight talk phone.
Okay. 305s are cigarettes?
Yeah.
And is there a time and date as to the recording of that image?
Yes, it's June 22nd, 2024 at 7:09 a.m. in UTC time.
In UTC time. So that would be 4 hours ahead as far as Eastern Standard Time?
Sustain as to leading. Rephrase
Would
your
there be
question.
an offset between Eastern Standard Time and UTC?
Yes.
What is that?
4 hours.
Universal Time Code, is that UTC?
Yes.
State 65F is in Foxtrot, Publishing. Was this enough UTC?
Yes.
What is
Leading.
4 hours ahead as far as Eastern Standard Time?
Sustain as to leading.
So he's saying that it will be, oh, are you guys getting this? So he's saying this would have been in the early hours of morning. Did he say the 22nd or the 23rd?
Would there be an offset between Eastern Standard Time and UTC?
Yes.
What is that?
4 hours.
Universal Time Code, is that UTC?
Yes.
22nd.
State 65F is in Foxtrot, Publishing. Was this another image that was in the partial extraction?
Yes.
What is in the image?
Rifle.
Are you familiar with the AR platform?
Somewhat, yes.
Does that appear to be an AR platform
Yeah.
rifle? And is there a time associated to the collection of that image in the phone?
Yeah, it's June 20th, 2024, 3:02 a.m. in UTC time.
Take all the pictures of these pictures.
State 65D is in golf.
I didn't know. Poor Alicia.
Was this an image that was on that extraction?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what this image is?
It is a screenshot of a message through Airbnb.
Yeah.
I'm going to try to zoom in on it so we can read it. Now, if you could start at the top, does there appear to be a name associated to the message?
Yes.
And what is the name?
The person that they're writing to is Rashad.
Okay. What is the name of the person on the top that is sending the message?
Anthony.
Can you read the message for us?
Yes. Hello, Rashad, and thanks for your reservation. I wanted to confirm right away your reservation at Lagoon Oasis starting on June 22nd, 2024 to June 24th, 2024. If you need any additional information, please do not hesitate to ask. You'll receive check-in instructions 2 hours before 3 to 5 p.m. on the day of your arrival through an email titled Lagoon Oasis Check-in Instructions.
Y'all see they left their do y'all notice that they left their reservation early for the Airbnb? It was the 22nd through the 24th. They left on the 23rd.
Instructions. Our HOA requires for security purposes that all guests booking with us provide a valid ID through the Airbnb message portal. Failure to comply with this request will apply our cancellation policy. Regarding early check-in, if we finish preparing the room for you early, we will let you know so that you can check in early. There's an additional cost of $20 payable through the resolution. I look forward to hosting you.
Was there information recorded in the extraction showing when this was actually sent to the phone?
Yes.
Just so you have a good opportunity to read that. Can you read for us the date it was created and the time?
June 22nd, 2024 at 8:11 a.m. UTC time.
This information was being relayed to Detective Ramos from the Tampa Police Department?
Correct.
Did you at some later time, Corporal, transport?
Purple, I just put, because I was looking it up, I just put how Alicia is being charged in the chat. So she's being charged in Florida under their principal theory. And that she can be charged with the crime committed by another person if she aided, abetted, or had a conscious intent for the crime to occur. So the prosecutors, they are alleging that when she was seen in all of these, I don't know if you saw opening statements, but she's seen with her boyfriend at these clubs that Fulio is. And what the prosecution's theory is that her and the boyfriend were stalking Fulio to keep up with him throughout the night. She admits to being in the Chevy Cruze. That's the car. She was in that car with her boyfriend. So what you see on video too is right before the shooting occurs, that car comes to kind of what the prosecution says, check the scene out. And they go and then they come back. You see that car, the Chevy Cruze, on video, checking, scoping the scene out. And so what the prosecution is saying is that was her part in this. She was with her boyfriend. They were both handling surveillance for this ambush to happen. So that's how she's being charged. And I think her attorney said she has conspiracy and first-degree murder.
Charmaine Steiger's phone to the city of Tampa?
I did.
How did you go about doing that?
I personally transported it on a plane and gave it to Detective Ramos.
Did you actually meet him at the Tampa airport?
I did.
Yeah, flight to Tampa.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll send her the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, Cross.
Yeah, his cross-examination.
All right, your involvement in this case, just want to get what your involvement was. You work in Georgia.
Yes.
And were you a sort of a supervisor of the individuals that were working in Georgia?
No, my sergeant called and asked me to come.
Okay. And so who was supervising the operation in Georgia?
We don't really have like a supervisor. I mean, I kind of became the main point of contact, but the way we work on the unit, we just all do stuff together.
Okay.
So there's no real like supervisor.
All right, no problem. But I guess part of the investigation entailed you holding on to a phone, right?
Correct.
The phone that was inside of the Cruze?
Yes.
And who had that phone?
Inside the Cruze?
Yes. Do you know who had access to the phone?
Both of them, I believe.
Both
Charmaine and Rashad.
Okay, so both Rashad and Charmaine. Were there any other phones recovered?
No.
This
Don't be like Catchup.
States Exhibit 65B.
Yes, this probably.
You mentioned this on direct, right?
Yes.
You know the significance of it?
I only did it at the time I was still getting filled in on all the details, and I remember they they had told me that there was like some beef between the victim in this case and another rapper named Young and Ace. So I was just going through it and then taking notes.
Okay.
So I just put this in there.
Understood. This exhibit, this is states 65D. You see the name Gutter Man there, correct?
Yes.
Do you know who Gutter Man is?
I did that back then. Yeah, I do now too. Sorry.
Okay. Is it Isaiah Chance?
Yes.
At least that's what the evidence tells you?
That's what I was told, yes.
Right. And that phone number there, do you know that phone number 904-309-4707, if that belonged to Isaiah Chance?
I don't know. I don't think I did any additional research on that phone number. I just remember them asking for the name Gutta when I was going through the phone.
Okay, but for sure, that number does not belong to Alicia Andrews. Is that correct?
I have no idea.
All right. But at least there's no evidence that you have that would suggest that that phone number belongs to Alicia Andrews.
Yeah, I have no evidence.
Is it okay to regroup that question?
Showing 65E, state 65E. This photograph, do you know who is depicted in this photograph?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
You're good, you're good. Do you know whose foot or leg is depicted in this photograph?
I don't.
Okay. You're not sure if that's Rashad or Davion?
No, I can't see any. I can't see their face.
Okay. And then what about the, I guess the significance of the photo itself? Do you know what this photo signifies?
So I took note of this because I had seen the surveillance footage and it matched the clothing.
Okay.
And there were also some like jail calls later that mentioned the Straight Talk phone.
Okay.
Well, they didn't say a straight. They talked. What do they? They didn't want it to be tracked like an untraceable phone. I can't think of.
They call it like a burner phone?
Yes, burner phone
All right.
or trap phone or something.
Okay. But none of that conversation was surrounded with Alicia Andrews, correct?
No.
This is 65F, state 65F. That AR that you see there, I guess there may be two weapons there. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Were any of these recovered?
I don't know.
All right. So do you know if these were used in the murder?
I don't know.
And do you know if any of these weapons have anything to do with Alicia Andrews?
I don't know.
She did say no.
The last
regroup
portion of the exhibit, 65G that we saw earlier.
Yes, Steve. Crazy.
All right. The person sending this message, it looks like an Anthony. Is that correct?
Correct.
At the very top, you see Anthony?
Yes.
And then it's sent at 3:55 a.m., correct?
Yes, that's what it says on there. Yes.
All right. And this is an email that you receive when you book an Airbnb with Anthony, right?
Through a brain. Yeah.
Okay. Through Airbnb, this
Yes.
is Anthony's email.
Yes. To
All
Anthony's
right.
property.
And this email is directed to Rashad.
Yes.
Rashad Murphy.
Yes.
Not Alicia Andrews.
No.
And this date, the dates for this booking, this Airbnb booking, are June 29th to June 24th. Is that correct?
Great.
No.
I'm
June
sorry.
22nd to June 24th.
Yeah, my numbers. June 22nd to June 24th. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And it also states on there that all guests booking with us provided valid ID
Nothing,
through the Airbnb message portal.
Nothing.
You see that?
Yes.
All right. And do you know if Alicia Andrews' ID was ever provided?
I don't know because I went through the download before I learned of her name
Where's
and I
ID?
gave it
Oh,
to
brother.
Detective Ramos. So when I was going through it, it was just the initial stuff I had at the time. I didn't know her name. So if there is her ID in the phone, I wouldn't have remembered it.
Understood. You conducted an interview with Charmaine Steiger.
I did.
That's the woman who was with Rashad Murphy
Yes.
in Georgia.
Correct.
And Charmaine Steiger is his girlfriend.
Child's mother.
Child's mother.
Is
Yeah.
that right
They were
now?
together.
Right now, is that you?
At the time, yes.
The name's on YouTube.
And
I'm trying to learn these new names.
Charmaine Steiger does not live in Georgia, correct?
Correct.
Neither does Rashad Murphy.
Correct.
They both live in Jacksonville.
Correct.
And they both live together in the same home
Okay, Rainy.
at the time.
Good.
I think she said he had just started staying there. I don't know. I can't remember exactly. She said
Okay.
it was complicated.
All right. But they ended up in Georgia, what is this, the day after the murder?
No, it was the 26th, I believe.
A few days after the murder, you all found them in Georgia?
Correct.
Why do people act like he was gone months?
Do you have any reason to be in Georgia?
Running.
Judge, objection, speculation.
If she knows, do you know?
I found an address associated with them, but I don't know, or associated with Rashad, but other than that, I don't know.
All right. Rashad is supposed to have been in Florida, in Tampa, Florida, during the time of this murder. Is that correct?
Correct.
Charmaine Steiger told you she was with him in Jacksonville on the day of the murder.
Sustain the objection. Sustain.
Can we come sidebar? This is a
No.
non-hearsay statement, Judge. It's not for the truth of the matter asserted.
No, sustain the objection.
Yeah, she does them like that 7 times. Did you hear her? She said no. No.
Objection. Sustain.
And she annoyed.
Can we come
No.
sidebar? This is a
No.
non-hearsay statement,
No.
Judge. It's not for the truth of the matter asserted.
No.
No, sustain the objection.
You said no. Oh. She probably. I don't know.
Charmaine Steiger never got arrested, right?
I don't think so.
Keep moving.
No further questions.
Okay, redirect.
Yes, Your Honor.
Maybe that's all. I thought y'all said class was good. Give it a 5.
Corporal, you indicated that we just all do stuff together when you're conducting investigations. Were you talking about you and the other detectives in the homicide unit?
Yeah, we just all kind of take tasks and do it.
You work as a team.
Yes.
She just made it seem like they doing
The
whatever.
photograph of the clothing,
You think so, Natasha?
state 65E,
She seemed like she be having it.
of the leg with the boot on, the bag with the charger, the cigarettes, and the burner phone. The clothing you indicated matched the descriptions from the surveillance videos from the murder.
Correct.
Okay.
This one from
I don't have anything else, Your Honor.
All right, may this witness be excused?
this from today.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Free to
you,
go.
Honor.
All right, do you have any other witnesses?
They need
Oh, yes, Your Honor, we need to recall Officer Vega.
Okay.
Key, if I'm being honest, I know we talked about this a lot of times today. I just don't know how much the defense can do. But clearly there are people who still feel like they don't see how Alicia fits in. So maybe they don't have to do much, you know? Maybe they don't have to do anything. If people are not buying the McDonald's footage, there are people who still don't buy the McDonald's footage, the club footage, the Airbnb footage, the way they ended up getting back home. Maybe they're doing just enough, you know? All it takes is one juror. Right? All it takes is one juror to be like, I'm just not buying it. That's it. The defense might be doing better than we think. I ain't watching it. They might be doing a damn good job for something. I don't know how to do
Yeah, you remain under oath from when you were previously sworn. Any objection?
I'm trying to remember when I was.
Okay, admitted.
Moving to published 63A.
I be
Officer
thinking-
Vega, do you recognize that individual?
Yes, sir.
Is that the individual that you arrested that got out of the Chevy Cruze?
Yes, sir.
Is that Rashad Murphy?
Yes, sir.
Is that the way he appeared that day?
Yes, sir.
Are those the jeans he was wearing?
Yes.
At least just hired him.
The Chevy Cruze, was it impounded and taken to a facility related to the Gwinnett County Police Department?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you state 63B. Is that a photo of the hood and the front end of the car?
Yes, sir.
And 63D. Does that appear to be the driver's side of the car?
Yes, sir.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, any
Thank you,
recross?
officer.
Okay, all right. May this witness now be excused.
Yes, sure.
Okay.
She said, okay. It was probably Kathy who said like the defense attorney is very charismatic. I hadn't seen the charisma that he's very charismatic and they feel like he's winning the jury over. So you never know.
To you all that you would be done no later than noon today. So while we're on this break, just remember my previous admonitions. While we're in this weekend recess, don't read, watch, listen to any news.
Let's go past the jury. Yeah, I was telling them, I said, I'm just waiting on the station.
Okay. Very good.
To go in with the stuff that they talked about in the opening. But I think the state's strategy is to literally show all of the consequences of her one action, right? If you're just going to pinpoint her as to being the lookout, I think that's their strategy. At least that's what it feels like, to show, put everyone that got injured, all of the witnesses. What did you feel like? What was going on? Because yeah, she was the surveillance, but let's make sure the jury understands how big the consequences that the results of her actions. Let's see. So that's what I feel, but we're gonna keep seeing. That's why I'm happy they're getting into the footage and showing us that information. Showing it, but they don't have the phone. They don't have the phone though. They don't have her phone.
Do we need, I think there is an exhibit that's still in dispute, correct? Yes. 75, and remind me again which. C3. C3. Is that the only one, 3 and 10?
Judge, yes, it is 3 and 10.
Okay, so can someone show me again, 7?
I don't think there's a smoking gun. Like, I think some people want to see, I don't know, with court of law, I think it's like that. People want to see a text message saying we're going to kill Fulio. You're not going to see that. That phone is gone. That's not what it's going to be. So you have to look at once they're done and see, did they prove to you, is it reasonable to assume she knew that they were going to kill that boy? I understand the principle, honestly. I understand why she's being charged. I'm not mad about it. Girl, say no, we can take her home. Why? Why?
Sorry, Yolanda.
Okay.
Sure.
What is this?
The messages, which are to what appears to be an eye.
I don't think they're saying she orchestrated it, Key. I just think they're saying that she's a part of the conspiracy. And her and Isaiah's part of the conspiracy was staking out the clubs. They're saying in the opening statements, he said that if it weren't for her their surveillance, the Impala would not have known where Julio was in the car or where he was at any point. I'm just wondering, it sounds like they knew or they thought they were going to know Gathrights' car. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like they feared that Gathright cars could have been spotted. Oh, the mask, y'all. Do you guys remember Gino being on the stand, Gino Norris? I need to talk about that on TikTok now that I think about it. So let me write that down, y'all. The mask. Gino. Oh, let me write this down. I don't want to forget. The Mask. Gino knew Isaiah. Gino is the one that was crying, Key. Gino was in the back seat of the car with Fulio. He was asleep. He only woke up after the car hit whatever it hit in the back of the hotel. And he's the one who got out the car. They realized Fulio was dead. They got out the car running, ran into the hotel. It sounds very chaotic too. They're beating on doors, trying to get into somebody's hotel room. And Keith, somebody told me he made a TikTok. That he was on TikTok too. But that's Gino. Gino knew Isaiah. Remember, Gino was partying with Fulio. So one, if Isaiah followed Gino, of course they probably posting stuff so Isaiah can look at. Well, he didn't have his phone. He only had old girl phone. But not only that, y'all don't think Gino would have spotted Isaiah? And why are you in Tampa? Like, what? Y'all don't think that would have alerted him? So I feel like the Mask, yeah. Does anyone else not feel that it was strange that there were several other people who were close to Ace with Fulio? I don't know how these little kids do things, but I did feel like it was strange. The Ace's brother's ex-girlfriend. But like I said, the thing that just makes me like, not really look at her crazy is she was made it very clear she didn't like deal with Fulio. She didn't deal with Fulio at all. I think she was actually one of the ones that went to the restroom. I think Aaliyah was one of the ones who went to the restroom.
Your Honor, our iMessages back and forth with this defendant and a 6 Block member, so a member of the opposing side of her current boyfriend from back in 2020. That 6 Block member is explaining to her some of the issues that he is having with Charles Jones. These are the messages during which or in which the defendant specifically talks about the witness, Mr. Howard specifically talks about.
Well, Aaron, I was saying ex because he passed. But yeah, she was his boyfriend when he passed. I was saying ex because he passed.
About his involvement in his activity that's occurring in Jacksonville and about the death of Bibby, another source of what we expect some of the testimony to be.
And I know these old messages, but why do you think the defense will want these messages out? It's in my mind, when I see these messages, when I hear the conversation between the best friend, people were telling her, yes, she was young. I think they say she was in high school, but it's the mere fact that she had knowledge of what was going on and details from people close to the situations. I just think that's what the defense does not want in, because they need the jury to feel like this girl was green, like she didn't know what was going on. Whatever they were doing, they didn't come and tell me. Gino got shot in the arm. Gino got shot in the arm. We haven't heard from Zay yet. At least I haven't heard from Zay yet. But Gino was shot in the arm. Gino is the one who said Zay was shot in the head. Zay, well, not shot in the head. Zay asked him to make sure he wasn't shot in the head. And when Gino put his arm out, that's when he saw that he had been shot. You mean of what I don't Brianna, it's a lot of names to keep up with. I will tell you that. It's a lot of names. The prosecution has to prove that Alicia was in charge of surveillance with her boyfriend. All of this, all of this stuff that we're going through where you're not hearing her name, they're just telling you this is what she caused. That's it. This is what she caused. So they're telling us. The opening statement, I think, was good. It gave a really broad overview of the beef. Why did people want Charles Jones? I mean, why did they want Fulio dead? Who was he? They talked about drill rap in the opening statements. They showed the videos of her in McDonald's. They showed the Airbnb videos, how like she's the only one on there, how initially she reached out to get the Airbnb. She didn't end up booking it, but she did reach out, used her email address. She was trying to do like the half off for Airbnbs. They talked about, they showed video of her and her boyfriend in the parking lot with their mask on. They talked about how, you know, she had her mask on every time she was at those clubs, but she didn't have it on anywhere else. They showed the vehicle. They showed, you know, his car being ambushed. I thought the openings were good if you never watched the case before. It's too many names, Key. Way too many names. It's a lot of names, y'all. Think about it. He was going to celebrate his birthday. It was at least 10 of them together. Like other people were there, but I mean 10 core people staying in the Airbnb together. And like Fulio's car, there were 3 people: him, Zay, and Gino. Then we got Fulio's cousin, Typha. It was Typha, Aaliyah, and Kamaya in a car together. Then we got Fulio's girlfriend's car. It was his girlfriend, Armani. I don't know her friend's name, but the last name is Randolph. And then it's the boy Robert, who they were just going back and forth about. What's that, 9 people? Yeah, it was at least 10 of them. It's just too many names. And that's just people who were in the car. Now you got to think it's 5 people who are alleged to have committed the murder together. Alicia, her boyfriend, Isaiah Chance, 2 Murphys, I think they cousins, and then Gathright, who had all of the heavy machinery. It's a lot. Alicia sneezed. Please, James.
These messages with this individual also discuss J. Ja'Cory Rivers is the true name of Mr. J. And he is associated in this case in that he funded or sent the money for the Airbnb to the defendant's boyfriend, Mr. Chance, in advance of his using his Airbnb or his Cash App account to book the room with Mr. Murphy. So that's why we are.
Do y'all hear that? They're trying to now include messages from 2020. Remember the other messages from 2021. These are from 2021. And this is simply going to show that Alicia is aware of this J. And remember, J. they're saying sent money to Isaiah Chance, her boyfriend, to book the Airbnb. It's too much.
Seeking to admit these, number one, for the defendant's knowledge of, again, this ongoing issue between the 2 groups, but additionally the link to the other individuals associated to this case.
Okay, so where it says, who is K Shorty 335 at iCloud.com?
His street name is K Shorty. His real government name is Therese Powell.
Therese Powell. Okay, and so when I'm looking at this, for example,
okay, now I don't know if y'all remember. It's too much. These kids do too much. Therese is Alicia's ex-boyfriend. This is how this is crazy. This is why y'all talking about people being with opposites. I don't know if it really mattered when they were little kids, especially these girls. Therese was Alicia's ex-boyfriend who was 6 Block. He is the one her and her BFF were talking about. The BFF was saying Therese was saying Fulio always wants him to ride with him. And they were basically saying, do your drill yourself. He was kind of fed up with Fulio. So get it. So that could be another reason why she doesn't like Fulio. She knows where her boyfriend did too, right? All right, fast forward. Raynette, your boyfriend, your friends don't go and commit murders. No, big difference. Now, Raynette, also, the only reason that this matters is not that the Airbnb is booked. It's, again, being associated with these gang members, right? That's the only thing. The thing with Alicia, the defense is trying to make her be this, and she might be. I'm not saying she's not, but they want her to look innocent, green. You know, I heard a rumor that my boyfriend was in the gang, but I didn't know that for sure, right? But they're going back. Now the state wants to bring in evidence of her ex-boyfriend who was a gang member, right? walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, it is a duck. Now you've got another boyfriend outside of Isaiah Chance who you knew was in the game, because in these messages, he's talking to you about his frustrations with the gangs and things like that. Purple Paradise, I just saw that recently. It's a lot of names to keep up with because it's kids. It's really kids.
First line says, you don't even sleep that hard, so you gotta be OTP. Who's sending and who's receiving?
The email that's above those messages on the left side are from Kay Shorty's account. So that's the email associated essentially with, for example, iMessage, right? So those would be from him.
Okay.
And if you look to the other side, how it looks like it's tabs, that would be from the defendant in response to him.
Okay, so then, for example, the response to that, and you're telling me this is from the defendant. Okay, I get that. I wasn't saying you can't post her. I just feel like you're not ready to talk to nobody. That's all. That would be from Ms. Andrews.
Correct. This is an extraction from Ms. Andrews' device.
Okay, okay. And so there's some then, so I guess just preliminarily looking at this, there appears to be a lot of extraneous conversation about a lot of other stuff that may not be relevant to this trial. That's kind of my initial first thought at looking at this.
If the court looks to looking at the 10/4/2020 message, that is the message in which I'm specifically referencing the defendant speaking about, or the Kay Shorty, messaging to the defendant specifically about the witness that we were discussing earlier, Mr. Howard, and Bibby, the person that was with Mr. Howard during the murder of Spaz, or the person that was referenced yesterday, also the co-defendant's younger brother and cousin.
Okay, and this would be the message. You said 10:20, which from Kay Shorty begins, all I want you to do is protect me and make sure nothing happened to me because I'm gone. Do the same. Don't let nobody know we talked that you think gone, get around to somebody else because you never know what other people. Anyway, it's a very long run-on sentence. So is that?
Yes, it's a very long run-on paragraph. It actually starts at the 11:36 message from that same date, Your Honor. So on 10/4/2020 at 11:36 a.m., there's a very long run-on. It's just not able to be captured on the same page.
Think about how young they are. He talking about don't even tell people. Don't even tell people. That's a scary way to live. She should have been blocking him right there.
Okay, so defense, what's your objection?
Several, Judge. I'll start with first just the date of the messages. They are even earlier than the messages that we objected to on yesterday. These messages are from October of 2020. The second issue is knowledge, Ms. Andrews' knowledge of what is happening in the city, connected to people, some of them that she knows, some of them that she doesn't know, none of them that she has a specific personal relationship with, is not a material issue in this case. It is a collateral issue. Whether or not she knows what's happening, every witness that's come up here has some idea about what's happening. It's not a material issue. The issue is whether or not she had the intent, whether or not she agreed to be involved in this conspiracy for a specific murder. There's no discussion about this murder that would happen 40 years later, or any intent of hers to be involved in it. It's completely not relevant. Also, the way the state characterizes these messages is very different than what it actually is. This is a man, or a young guy at this point, and a young woman having a conversation about whether or not they're going to be in a relationship. this gentleman seems to be possibly suffering maybe from PTSD, or I don't even know what the messages are. It's just very long. Him talking about somebody accusing him of something that he didn't do, and pouring his heart out, hoping that he can live a normal life. He adamantly even denies being a part of it, so he's not an admitted member of any gang. And I haven't heard any testimony from any officer that he's a part of a gang, and I don't expect to, because it's not a relevant matter to this specific case. This is another attempt to, quite frankly, reach and stretch the idea that she is somehow involved in this particular murder, because 4 years ago she had a conversation with a guy who was romantically interested in her, who was really talking about wanting to live a normal life and be away from all of this, and how he's warning people to stay away from it. So it's not even it is not actually the way that they're framing it. But even if it were, the fact that she knows these people, she lives in Jacksonville, Your Honor. She is from Jacksonville. It is inevitable that she's going to know people or have communication with these people. Her association, and I don't mean association with the.
I'm just going to say this because they keep making that an argument. Oh, she's from Jacksonville. Yeah, I'm like, I'll talk about me in high school. I'm from Memphis. You don't know about all of this stuff if you are not close to these people or around it. So I get her saying she's from Jacksonville. That's how she knows. But you're also communicating with people that are close to these situations too, which looks bad to the jury. It looks bad to me. I don't want to say the jury.
I mean, knowing
it looks bad to me because they keep wanting to make it seem like she wasn't around. Y'all heard her lawyer. She wasn't around none of this riffraff. She don't know nothing about what's going on. Why is her boyfriend telling her all of this? Well, because they say this was her boyfriend, Therese. Then you got the other guy. But Raynette, here's the difference. Your last part, they not telling us they business. I think this was supposed to read even if we ask, right? Well, in this case, she's being told this information. Right? She's being told the information. And I think that was one of the arguments that the state is making. The defense is saying she didn't know. There's no way her boyfriend, he did everything. They didn't tell her anything. But then we keep getting this information. She was in high school, but Brianna, I think the state's point is the defense is making out she was never around this type of, none of this, right? She was just talking about things that she knew she was hearing online. But even though this was 4 years ago, their point is, look at all of these ties lead back to Fulio, right? All of the ties lead back to Fulio. For everybody saying, oh, like Brianna said 4 years ago, we're talking about our friends. I hear you guys. What I am saying is that think about your friends, and if your friend was to suddenly be killed, right? If this friend was to suddenly be killed, and say you still talk to this friend all the time, maybe you were with the friend the night he got killed, you would still be someone the police would be talking to. It's not like you're that far removed from it, is what I think the state is trying to show. And the defense is saying what you guys are saying. Like, that's like this. I was in high school. This man was trying to date me. Like, that's all it was. He was confessing his love. He was saying he doesn't want to be involved in any of this. That's the defense's position. But the state is saying, no, she said she wasn't around this type of stuff. She didn't know this, right? She said, shocking. How, Raynette? How? Both of their little brothers have gone to prison dealing with this kind of stuff. I wish, for her sake, I wish she would have just went to college. I wish she would have just gone to college. Just because, then again, what did he say? They were talking about Isaiah Chance, as if Isaiah Chance was like her one-off, right? She heard rumors he was in the game. But then now we've got this Therese guy. If it comes in, I don't know if it's going to come in. If it comes in, Therese was associated with 6 Block, Fulio's gang, right? And if these messages paired with the messages from 2021 where she is saying in the messages, I hate him. And then she starts telling her friend what Therese told her about Fulio. Then it's almost like, well, if this boyfriend told you, think the other boyfriend told her too? I get both. I do get both sides. I don't know if they're gonna win this one though.
These people are coming into contact with them is not a material issue in this case. It is another attempt by the state to put this before the jury to make it appear as though she is associated with the gang when their own expert officers, detectives are going to testify that she's not associated with the gang. It's really just an attempt to sour the jury, to inflame their passions, and to make it appear as though she spent her entire life being,
I think the state wants to make sure the jury understands that. The defense is working hard. Well, the defense is working to prove that this girl was not in the gang. She didn't even know about this beef. And the state is coming back and they're really trying to overload you to say she did. She was very much aware of what was going on. She's not in the blind like the defense is trying to make it.
Cozying up to gang members. It's not relevant at all to what this case is about. And Your Honor has already limited the scope of what they're allowed to discuss outside of the actual murder. It's supposed to be limited to this 2023 shooting. And here we are again attempting to elicit, this person is not going to testify. There's a hearsay issue as well. But this is just not relevant information. It's confusing to the jury. It's not relevant to what they need to decide. I don't see any probative value to any issue in this case. Her messages back to him are not discussing, it's not even connected to what she discussed, to what was discussed yesterday in the text messages. She's talking about not being romantically involved or being romantically involved with this guy, him being a good person, her being a good person. This is not relevant at all to what we have. It's just an attempt to paint her as a bad person who likes to be around gang members. It has nothing to do with the actual allegations in this case.
Okay, so again, I view this as direct evidence, not collateral evidence, and I did limit the collateral evidence as you indicated, but her statements.
Hello, time out. Purple. That was the defense, and I don't know if you saw the best friend when she got on the stand, but she was like, "We were just gossiping." I said, "Oh, she's been watching the trial, or they prepped her." People do gossip about real things, and that's what the state did when they did redirect. They were saying, she said, but you were gossiping about real people. These were real events. This stuff really happened. So again, it's all about what people feel about the information being presented to them. Would you look at them as simply gossiping? Because there was truth to what they were talking about. I get why the state is saying gossip, but why the defense did say they just gossiping because they were just talking, right? But in my opinion, they had a lot of details. But I thought that is what gossip is. You mean just talk, Purple, or you mean like truth? Oh, what you're saying, Purple Paradox, is that even though it was the truth can be gossip too. Yeah, that's a fact. I got you now. People gossip, but to be able to be exact details, but Key, that's why I love you. That's it. And now this is why the defense lost their argument yesterday, because they were trying to say they're just gossiping. And the judge is like, but they're gossiping about the victim in this case. And it is some truth to it. It was just to me, with Alicia Andrews, I hear you guys saying, when you're in a neighborhood, everybody knows what's going on. Boom, boom. But some of their details were so specific, like, oh no, this person killed this person. This person's mad because this person's going on. This person's in this gang. Like, they knew it and it was the truth. So, yeah, she said, I thought gossiping is talking about true things. Girl, gossiping can be talking about anything. I don't think it's limited to the truth. I got you. I don't think it's limited to the truth.
or her knowledge of the gang involvement and Julio Fulio, and then the beef between the gangs is relevant case. But my biggest issue with this, these are just really long, run-on, nonsensical for the, I mean, there's parts of it in here, for example, where there's talk about Julio Fulio specifically. Again, the second page of this exhibit.
Your Honor, I'd be happy to work with the exhibit and highlight more relevant portions, provide an updated copy of that to the defense. My only concern is the defense wanting the evidence surrounding those statements, but in the event that a more redacted version where it's just specifically talking about the parties related to this case and the individuals that were actually present with the decedent, I am happy to do that.
And Your Honor, if I can add, well, first, if the court is going to ultimately allow the man, I would like the opportunity to parse through, what we would.
Sure.
But also, Your Honor, based on the information that they introduced yesterday, the state has already established that she has knowledge. And it goes back to my point. What is the actual purpose of this outside of attempting to paint her in a particular manner? And I don't believe it's relevant. I understand the court's ruling, but outside of it already being established, it becomes cumulative. It becomes confusing. These are more names of people that are not involved in this particular incident. And additionally, Your Honor, it's prejudicial. It's significantly prejudicial. And I will also add this. If knowledge of the gangs, because the way the state is painting it is though she has some kind of specialized knowledge of these, these incidents and these people. I don't expect objections when we question their witnesses about how common this information is, right? When we question them about the comments on, social media, the things that people seem to be aware of, the people that make videos and appear to have intimate knowledge about what's going on. If knowledge is, if they're painting her to have some sort of specialized knowledge, then I don't expect there to be any sort of objections or limiting to us establishing.
What's crazy is they've been doing this with every witness and they have not objected. Every witness, this man gets up here with literally damn near the same questions for everyone. Do you know Alicia Andrews? Was Alicia Andrews in a gang? Do you know what drill rap is? Do you know who Young and Ace is? Did you see some of Julio Fulio's? Like, you've been doing this already. They haven't objected to it because I don't think they see a problem with your questions.
This is actually not specialized knowledge. This is information that anybody in proximity or with a phone could get access to because everyone is talking about it everywhere.
Okay, well, that sounds like your cross or closing argument, right?
Maybe both.
Okay. Okay, so you do need, I want you, state, to attempt to redact this just to, like, pertinent parts. Like I can make out in here, for example, the conversation. Because there is an actual start talking about Julio Fulio.
That damn judge says that you cross all your closing arguments. She said, baby, it's coming in, but great argument. Save that for your cross. But your closing arguments. Won't you pull that out your head during that time? Because it ain't happening.
And 6 Block and ATK and who's involved and who's not involved. And so that.
And this is where I think this is where it gets it. This is where it gets it. With Alicia, like, I know you want us to believe that she didn't know. I know you want, if that was the case, she should have been the girl that said, don't tell me about this shit. But they're young. And I'm sorry, when these kids are young, they go everywhere with each other. They tell each other every damn thing. Look at them girls from the YSL trial, Mariah the Liar. Baby, why were they out at 4 o'clock in the morning? They knew what was going on. No.
Kind of thing is going to be more relevant than a lot of this other stuff that's almost to me indecipherable.
Yes, Your Honor.
So anyway, so try and pare it down, run it by the defense, and then see if you guys, I know you don't agree to this coming in, but just take a look at their redactions. And if you are going to argue for further redactions, or if you want stuff left in for the rule of completeness, then let them know as well. So I'd rather have them start being conservative with their redactions and go from there. Okay. Then.
And Your, just to sort of add, again, there were 370,000 artifacts on this iCloud device. I don't know if, the court, I don't know if this is something we.
I will say, Arian probably would hate to hear this, but it's starting to give Miss Love. Child, it's starting to give Miss Love.
Because now, but I don't want this to continue to be an issue where we're continuing every time that Julio's name is mentioned that it's going to be admitted because my client, was in a conversation about it.
Well, they've only, let me put it this way. So as far as the exhibits for the state's case in chief, they've identified 75C3 and 75C10. So that's what we're discussing. So I don't know if the defendant testifies, if there's going to be something else.
Shayla proved my point, but Shayla just kind of proved some of my point. Is that sometimes you can be in the city. It's about who you're around and what you're doing. This is just who Alicia was around. These were her peers. They didn't have to be her peers because I'm sure my little theater kid cousin, who lives in Jacksonville, would have never been her peer. It's all of these were her peers, but she didn't have to be around these people.
That they're going to want to use to impeach her, I have no idea. But we're just talking about state's case in chief.
Correct, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. Right?
Okay. Well, as far as I know, this is the only exhibits that they've produced to you that you're objecting to. It, not the only exhibits, but the two we're discussing. Okay. So then, what is? So I'm going to overrule the objection to 75C3, but with the caveat, I want the state attempt to redact this to the truly pertinent portions of the message exchange.
For the record, if I don't believe I said this, we also would object on the basis of hearsay.
Okay.
As it's related to the other person's statements, and based on what the state is saying, it appears as though they are attempting to elicit this for the truth of the matter, that she was aware of what was actually occurring and that what he's saying is actually true. So we object on that basis as well.
Well, I think they're attempting just to show what her knowledge is, not that any of this is factually accurate per se. It's certainly not grammatically accurate, I can tell you that. Okay, so 75C10, what am I looking at?
Your Honor, 75.
These are messages from 2023. Or
is it maybe C1?
It's marked as C10.
It's C10. We already just. Oh, yes, that's correct.
The only other one we did was C2, which was yesterday, and the other one was Saturday.
Yes, the exhibit list lists the defendant's number and can also include the co-defendant's number, but the messages for C10 are those between this defendant and her boyfriend, Isaiah Chance.
Okay, what's the objection?
Let me just confirm.
Do you want to see the exhibit?
Yes, sure. What I have looks like it's C1.
Come on up.
Can I have
Okay. Sure.
Yeah.
We did that on purpose.
Here you go.
Thank you, Shayla.
Thank you.
Oh.
Yeah, she is.
Okay. So,
Judge, we object for all the same reasons.
Okay. And what's the relevance of this, Mrs.
Your Honor, as it relates to the messages in C10, the communications between these two devices are both, again, the same basis, the knowledge, but specifically in the instance of the April 10th of 2023 messages, the defendant's co-defendant, Mr. Chance, is referencing 23. That person will be one of the individuals that was shot and killed at the town center that was referenced and will be ultimately referenced by our gang units as well in this case. It again goes to her knowledge of not only her knowledge of those killings in the dispute, but the defendant's boyfriend, or Mr. Chance, the co-defendant, actually explaining to her what occurred there and why he will not return there, and essentially providing her with additional information about his problems with the other gang. Lastly, the first page, did you include this? I'm not sure. The court has that also. How many pages does the court have?
2.
Flyer? Okay, that's it. Those are the only ones.
What's the TikTok hyperlink in here? What's that for? Do you know?
I do not. It would not reopen. The town center shooting that they're speaking about was a shooting in which 4 individuals were shot up. 3 of them died. 1 survived. That first music video was about. And again,
oh y'all, this is, somebody was saying this on my live. This is the one, Young and Ace. This is where his brother died, but Young and Ace is the only one that survived. Oh my.
that the When I See You music video by our victim was published regarding. Their photos are preserved in that music video. That was primarily what kicked off both sides.
I'll overrule the objection. All right, here we go. Okay.
Did I understand the defense to make an additional objection to 75C1?
I didn't hear it.
Oh my God. And Alicia, again, the thing that I'm hating is that even if Alicia was innocent, the fact that every boyfriend she's had is affiliated with a gang, they feel comfortable expressing what's going on within these gangs to her. Why would I feel like that boy wouldn't tell her what was going on? Like, why? I ain't finna kill him. Shit, I'm just gonna tell them where he at. Like, it could have been something as simple as that. Purple Paradox, you don't survive a shooting where you lost 3 people and don't live with survivor's guilt. You know he does. And if you go through that, and then there's someone who gets on the internet and he mocks that hate could run really, really deep. There are 3 young men in that car. I didn't know that. Eric, it just looks bad, right? It just looks bad because the defense wants me to believe that she was oblivious, right? I went on a weekend getaway with my boyfriend. All of a sudden, this person pop up, right? But then now I'm seeing these text messages where it's not new for one of your boyfriends to be affiliated with a gang and for that boyfriend to make sure you understand what's going on, to be so protective of you, to let you know, don't tell people you talk to me because I don't want anything to happen to me or you. I don't want us to slip up and get hurt. Her other boyfriend, oh, I don't go to that place because this is what happened. Boom, boom, boom. Making sure you understand what happened, it just doesn't look good. I'm not saying it means she knew the people were going to kill him, but I am saying it adds to the state's case. Him telling her that she definitely didn't know helping would land her in prison. Him telling her that, Shayla, where you think you're gonna end up if you playing lookout? Come on, friend. What if you, let's think about a bank robbery. I like to liken this to a bank robbery. If you sit in that car and you look out for the police, you the getaway driver, what do you think is gonna happen? Baby, you going down too. I definitely think he does. Because to say when he with the kids. He got to ride around in the bulletproof. That is, I feel sorry for all parties involved. These kids deserve to live a life. Like, it makes me think of Young Dolph's his girlfriend's her line. Black men deserve to grow old. Like, this should not be the normal. 4 people get shot up in a car, 1 survives. Come on now. They want to know everything except the law. She should have gone to college. Shayla, she had a scholarship to go to Bethune-Cookman. She should have gone. Now, I saw when Jada Youngin died because I used to, at that time, I think he used to be on my Instagram. I would see him on my For You page. More than one brother on his mom's side. I did see that Jada Youngin passed. She's a kid. She didn't think of that. Of course she didn't, Shayla. Listen, Shayla, I think I talked about this on my TikTok page. When I look at her, I get sad because she's a kid. She's a baby. And it's so, I talk to, like, and this is me too, even now. One crazy decision can change everything. You can alter your entire life with one decision. Her one decision was getting in that car going to Tampa. Had she stayed her ass in Jacksonville, we would not be here right now. Hell, if she would have stayed her ass in that damn Airbnb, we would not be here right now. I need to understand why that boy would, like, why did she think she knew what they were doing? She drove with them boys 3 hours. She saw them bringing them bags in. I just don't understand why she was okay with it. Like, was she young and naive and thinking that they weren't going to get in trouble because my boyfriend not finna pull a trigger? Like, Ash, we were talking about this at my high school reunion. You weren't on my TikTok. We were talking about this on my high school reunion. When I looked around, like, all of my friends, we were talking about how our GPAs, we used to be so serious. Like, we wanted that 4.5 or better. And how we were smart kids, but we were cheerleaders, football players, track, theater, basketball, like, but we were smart kids. And I said, damn, when I think about my circle in high school, nobody in my circle was doing no hard drugs. Nobody in my circle was in a gang. No one in my circle was really doing anything crazy. It's about who your circle is. And unfortunately, this was Alicia's circle. It is norm purple. It seems like it's normal. Yes, Shayla, they were saying that she had a scholarship. Like, it's about your circle. Like, no one in my circle was doing that. And no matter what we want to say with this young lady, this was her circle. This was her norm. It didn't have to be, though. This did not have to be her norm. This was her norm. And when you hang around, like, I'm honestly still trying to understand why people were okay hanging around him with no real security. I would have been scared. Every person who's gotten this thing said that everybody in Jacksonville hated him. Nobody liked him. Like that's scary. Why would y'all want to be around him? Hard to avoid when you know them for so long. Raynette, I get that. I didn't grow up with gang members. What I am saying is even if you feel like it's not hard to avoid, right? If you grew up with gang members, we could say that about family. Okay, let's use family for an example. I may not be in it, but I have family members who are, and I'm probably going to hang around my family and not think twice about it. You just still have to know, I can't be around this person all the time. But this is her norm. This is her every day, right? This is her every day. Because they probably thought they was hanging with the shooters. And Key, that's scary. Y'all know I always look to Key. Key is my young mind. Well, not my young mind, but she keeps this old mind up to date. That's the problem. Why the hell do you want to be around the shooters? Look like being around the shooters. Why do you need to be around somebody who need to shoot? That's scary. That's scary. I hung around the Doughboys with my friends in the hood. But Purple Paradox, let me tell you, it's funny you say that. I don't know. That's just never been my circle. But there's a young lady that testified, Kamaya. Kamaya grew up in St. Augustine. I know from my cousin living in Jacksonville, St. Augustine is like the suburbs, I believe, of Jacksonville. So nicer part of town. That's where he would go to the malls or something like that. But she would hang out in Jacksonville. It reminds me, I don't know. Sometimes people think it's funner. You have more fun. I don't know. We had to put up with the hot box. Oh, no. She said road trips. I just can't do it right now. I think I've always just been afraid. I don't want to mess up anything I have going on, being around the wrong person. That's family included. That's family included for me. I hear y'all where she grew up, but she made the choice. Those are the people she chose to be around. Some kids, like you said, this is the normal. It's not everybody's normal though. It's not everybody's normal. She said it was them versus ATK. No matter who they were hanging with, they gonna think if something happened, they gonna make it out alive. Oh, that's scary, Key. That's scary. My experience. But Kia, now you think about it, you be like, damn, hold up. Like my friends just weren't like that. High school, as an adult, I just never, those are just not my friends. Like that just wasn't a thing for me. I'm lucky because I've seen a lot and escaped some crazy things. Plus experienced a shooting in my high school. Oh wow. Thinking about that now, I just wonder what drives a smart person to that. Man, she was a smart girl. I didn't want to do that either, but I got caught up in some mess. Oh, and right now, and that's the thing you have to think about. When we are lax and you are not thinking about the people that you're hanging around, crazy shit can happen. Crazy shit can happen when you thinking about. Just like my cousin, we were in Nashville. I don't know if y'all saw my TikTok. We went to this little after hours club. I should have known something was wrong. When I saw these tennis shoes, hats, I should have known. All these kids look like babies. They get into it in the club. They're young. When I tell y'all, it felt like a movie. I am walking out of this club. Well, at this point, I don't play. I'm getting the hell out of Dodge. My niece said, damn, you left me. I'm getting the hell out of Dodge because, see, I got to get back home to Mariah and LJ. Okay? I got to get back home to Mariah and LJ. So I've caught myself. I'm like, okay, I'm going to walk. I done got away from the riffraff. I'm going to walk out. I'm ready to go. Let's go to the car. I'm walking out of the club, child. I could hear the boys running behind me. They were young, probably between 20 and 22. And y'all, the boys said, eyes up. When I tell you, it's like, I guess they must left some people in the car. They must left some people in the car because the people just came from the cars were parked. They came out. And when I tell you, I ran another way. Okay. I ran another way. I didn't even know where the car was parked. I'm pissed. My niece said they had big guns, like getting big, huge guns out of the car. And at some point, they're doing a standoff with security. These young boys. Girl, I said, see, I knew better. I don't even go to clubs like that anymore. And if I do, I'm going to a 30 and up club. Hell, 35 at this point. 35 me. And it's just like, damn, like y'all get into it in the club and now you're ready to shoot somebody. It was too much. It was too much. That's what I got. That's what I deserved. That I shouldn't have been in the club with them little boys anyway. I shouldn't have been in the same club with shiesty mask on. But blame Rico, y'all. Y'all know Rico loves a young tender. It's blame him. Man, I was on my little walk at 8 p.m. Aaron, you have lost me right there. A little walk at 8 p.m. is just insane. No. They being tooled over the stupidest stuff. I think somebody bumped into somebody. Ash, let me tell you something. It was Rico's fault. And do you know that fool the next night to my, oh, I want to go back. You're by yourself. I'm not going back with you. Wow, James. James, what area, well, what city did you grow up in? Zakia, you don't have to tell me. I should have been in the after hour spot. We had just gotten there. We tried to go to like another gay club. We couldn't get in because it was closed. And Rico just had to go out. He had to go out. So we're trying to be good cousins, not let him go out by himself. Never again. I told him you're going by yourself next time. I don't want any parts of it. Oh, okay, Aaron. Well, that's cool. You can do that. That's cool. Long as you with somebody, we can take it. She said, Key. Okay, y'all. Let me get off this live. It's 2:15. Hold up, y'all. I don't know if they done. Let me finish this first.
I think.
Oh, they're not done. We're going to finish this and I'm going to get off this live because I need to take a shower. I don't even know what I'm wearing to this festival tomorrow. And I need to dye my hair.
When we first discussed this, we already discussed the 3 items. So on 75C1 is a text now chat dated June 17th, 2024.
Yes, Your Honor, just to be clear, those are the 2 messages, the blue messages to.
He said they were on text now.
Does the court have a copy of that? I don't.
It's the 1 page, just 1 page. Okay, yes, I don't have a version.
Okay. So, there you go. Okay, anything else we need to discuss before we break for the day? All right, so it looks like State, you might rest on Tuesday, maybe?
Judge, I know that Detective Ramos's examination is going to be rather lengthy, and I anticipate his cross will be as well.
Okay.
Okay.
So you guys, whenever it is state rest, you all just need to be ready to go if you've got any witnesses other than your client. Okay. So if you need Mr. Howard transported, you just need to make sure that you let me know so that way we can request him to be transported the day before.
But if they are going to include on Tuesday, which I don't know if that's.
Yeah, we may go into Wednesday. I
That's
think
fine.
Ron Ramos is going to be pretty lengthy.
I guess I'm just trying to tell you guys, you need to be ready to roll into your case, assuming you're going to put one on. That's all I'm saying.
So yes, I'm trying to figure out the logistics. So if they're going to end Tuesday, then we would want Robert Howard Wednesday. If they're going to end Wednesday, I guess depending on the time, we would want Robert Howard Wednesday still, but it's going to probably be Wednesday and Thursday.
All right. So it maybe sounds that most likely would be Wednesday for Mr. Howard.
When
That's what I'm
they
hearing.
gonna put on the stage?
Okay.
I think so, because we saw the medical examiner and the ballistic expert, and some witnesses from Jacksonville.
Sure. Okay. All right. So maybe possibly closings Thursday. Okay. Okay.
We're in a week, you're paid.
So we'll see.
Oh, that's got to be a lot.
All right. Very good. You guys enjoy your weekend too. All right. We'll see you all Monday morning at 9 a.m.
Bro, in a week, she is going to know if she will spend the rest of her life in jail, if she has to go through this trial again, or if she is going to go home to her child in a week. She said they slow. Never use your own email for the text now. I don't know. It's like at times it felt like they didn't want to be called, so they were thinking about stuff that they were doing. And then there were other times where clearly you wanted to be called. What's his name? I can't wait till we get to the fact when Gathright was pulled over, because why would you have anything in your car and then then get pulled over for a traffic violation? You should be driving like you got the driver's ed instructor sitting in the passenger seat, stopping at every stop sign, going the speed limit, making sure you turn, put your blinkers on. Why would you do that? I said, what? I wonder. I need to see the day he got arrested, because they were looking for the Impala. They wouldn't have been looking for his grandma car. Key, let me show you. Hold up, let me find it. They found him. Let me find it. I took a picture of it. Now, if I'm not mistaken, all of this, hold up. Brianna tell me every time, Mel, take it off. All of this was found in his car. So that was found in his car. So now they execute a search warrant of his home. This is in his home. More ammunition boxes, a safe, AR-15s, everything. You know, they looked at the surveillance video. They couldn't figure out why they had they see 3 shooters. I mean, they are hearing that there were 3 shooters, but they couldn't figure out, or they must have heard that there were big guns. They saw no shell casings, right? They search his home and find the brass catchers, right? He had the brass catchers on the rifles. Oh, this is more of the safe. And then they find one of, I don't know what kind of gun this is, but they find a gun with the brass catcher on it. So then it made sense to them why they didn't find any shell casings from the rifles in the parking lot. Purple Paradox, why was the cardboard in water? I said, did he have a toddler over there playing? I don't understand that. Brashana, I can't understand why that grandmother would get on that stand and say he didn't own one gun. None of that. When he had a house full of guns. Like, he had access to a house full of guns. All of this ammunition. Why? She probably just really didn't know, though. She probably really just didn't know. I don't know. Purple Paradox, they said this mom was in the military too, which explained, in my opinion, why there were so many guns. Also, Key said something like the third shooter, which I think was him. I think they said that's Gathright. Key said he needs to go to the military. Maybe he learned how to shoot at a young age. He may have learned how to shoot at a young age. Yeah, they told us that was his mom's house. And he had access to the guns, though. He had access to all of these guns. I did hear them say that was his mom's house. Oh, my bad, y'all. There's more. 3 more ammunition boxes. But again, his mom was in the military. Because I kept saying, where's he getting the money to buy all this stuff? Then they said, T told me last night that his mom was in the military. I said, oh, okay. I would have been with Granny in them oxen. And his grandmama really, you could tell she loves him. Even on the camera when he swapped cars, him giving her a hug, giving her a kiss. I was like, oh, they have a really great relationship. Yes, Ash, they could. Let me see. Is this when she got arrested? I remember seeing the video. Y'all remember seeing the video when let me see if I can find it real quick before we get off here. I don't know if it's on here. Oh God. They got that body cam of the boy. That's him. These arrest suspects. I don't think that's it. Let me see. What's her name? Because I remember seeing this online and I was like, dang, his parents have a nice home. Like, what do you have going on? I don't see it on here, but when Alicia Andrews, when her and her boyfriend were arrested, remember they were arrested in the rain? Oh, here it is. Here it is. Oh shit, hold up. I think this is. I thought
Look away. Back up to the sound of my voice. Yep. Stop right there. Lift your shirt up.
Is this Gatorade?
Turn. Do a 360. What? Just listen to us. We'll talk about it. Keep going. Keep going. Turn. Turn. Now walk back to the sound of my voice. Come on. Keep coming. Keep coming. Keep coming.
Anytime Fitness, it was at 413 is when that thing was. Isaiah 10, this is the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. We are your front driveway. We have a warrant for your arrest. Come to the front door with nothing in your hands. We are not going away. We're headed your way to a
Hands up. You're good. Come on out. Hands up. Put your hands up.
We're getting to the officer.
Can't tell. Yeah, it looks like it. Yeah. Yep. Put your hands up.
Put your hands in the air.
Hands up.
Hands in the air. Hands in the air.
All right. Slowly walk toward me. Let's go.
Now look at that nice.
Right here. Right here. Walk right here. Let's go. Yeah.
Now I don't know if y'all remember from. Damn it! I don't know if it's a witness, if the prosecution just brought it up, but there are messages where there are messages where one of her friends, she's messaging back and forth, and they're like, "Hey, the police came by here looking for you." She like, "Really? Oh, he don't want me to leave," saying that her boyfriend was telling her she needed to lay low. Oh, she was at his home. In those messages, she was at his home. In this video, y'all see she's at his home too because she was laying low with him.
Yeah. Hey, get your hands up and walk out towards me. Hey, over here. Come this way. Over here. You're gonna get hit with the less lethal. Get your hands up and walk towards me. Hands up and walk towards me. Hands up and walk towards me. Keep coming. 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 Stop. Stop. Turn around. Keep your hands up. Turn around. Wait. Hands up. Keep your hands up. Hands up. Don't reach for your waist. Do not reach for your waist. Look at me. Back up. Back up. Back up. Back up. Back up. All right. Go to your knees. Put your hands behind your back. Stay there. Stay there. Don't move.
It's really what this little phone.
Isaiah? Isaiah? Stand up. Isaiah 10, right?
Andrews there or no?
Keep walking.
She got a fresh.
Keep walking. Now turn around. Put your hands behind your back.
What? There was no shoes on.
Is there anybody else inside? Oh.
See, this is a lot. Shayla, they not. And what?
Keep going straight. What are we doing?
So Seth did get pulled over. So I'm wondering when did they maybe the prosecution got me. Their opening was just it wasn't specific enough. Sorry, Shayla. Y'all know I start talking. Yo.
Driver, open the car.
I can't watch that again. How did y'all feel watching that? But Ash, that's another reason. That girl didn't look scared. She's just like, oh, she didn't look like whatever, but not how I expect someone who's been arrested for first-degree murder. Hey, Destiny girl. Destiny, I don't want to judge Miss Mamas either, but those were not the actions of. I don't know, y'all. I don't know. Ash, whatever is the better word. She looked like they got us. Take me in. She wasn't crying. I mean, I don't know, y'all. I don't know. I'm not saying Alicia Andrews was no queen pin. What I am saying is she just may have been down for the ride. What they say, DTR, down to ride. It's no telling what he put in her head. Oh, well, Key, that's a possibility too. I wonder what it was like for them before they walked outside. She does not look sad. She does not look sad. Well, Ash, at this point, I think she was on the run. Let's see that real quick, y'all. Let me see that. I said I was gonna go to sleep. I am intrigued. Let's see. I was trying to see if they. I was trying to see if maybe the news, when he was first killed, if the news had something about him, but they don't. I mean, these some little kids. Like, you really just threw your life away. This was a year ago. They had 1, 2, 3, 4. That boy, one of them looked like was still on the run. Now, somebody got an investigation video here. Oh, that's him. Well, I don't really. I don't see what I was looking for. I was hoping to find some news clips from that time, but I didn't see any. I don't know. I'm telling you, Mel, neither of them think they did anything because Shayla, I'm gonna tell you, I'm starting to think that. After watching that video, reading the messages, I really do think she may have thought that she would have been in the clear because she didn't pull the trigger. And not only that, the state alleges that her cell phone was used because she can't be tracked back to Fully. I guess they didn't think about texts and phone conversations or anything like that. Let's use her phone. No way anyone's going to think she killed him. So she really may have known the plan. I'm really starting to think she's just down for the cause. You know, one of the brothers trying to play crazy, Purple Paradox. Is it the one that's smiling in this picture? Rashad might not be playing. Rashad might not be playing. That might actually be him. Mm, mm, mm. Oh, that's the cam that we already saw. I don't know if y'all saw that the young man who killed the rapper from Memphis, Say So P. They found him in Houston. No, they found him. I don't know where they found him. I don't want to say it was Houston. No, one of the people went to Houston and was killed. I think they found this boy like near Nashville last week or something like that. She still thinks that, and I think her attorneys are feeding that thought in her head. I can't wait to see this strategy that they keep talking about. They don't want to give away. What is going to be the strategy? Because it seems like what they're banking on is the fact that she didn't pull the trigger, right? And I really think that's what she banking on. I didn't shoot him. Isaiah didn't shoot him, because if she gets off, how you think Isaiah's gonna feel? He is the one who had the puppy escort him out to the police. What? Purple Paradox, stop. You think about it, y'all. Technically, Isaiah and Alicia can have the same defense. If Alicia gets out, what you think Isaiah gonna think? Because Isaiah didn't pull a trigger either. It was in Tennessee. Okay, Key. I thought in Clarksville. So, like, let me ask this for everybody who says Alicia should either get a lesser charge or no charge at all. Do y'all feel the same way about Isaiah? Do y'all feel the same way about Isaiah? And it's 2:30. I'm gonna get off here in a minute. But do y'all feel the same way about Isaiah? Chat, let me find him. Let me see. Let me see if it's out here. That's the last one. I think she is the only one. Purple Paradox, why do you think she... This is a really great debate. Y'all know I'll be having to put this down. Let me write this down so I don't forget it. Why do you think Alicia should get off or get the lesser charge and Isaiah shouldn't, when they both played the same role? She said now he was trying to take the puppy to jail with him. He trying to, Key. Like that's what if Alicia gets to get the lesser charge, Isaiah should too. He didn't pull a trigger either. And then look, he didn't pull a trigger. And he's not the one who walked out with those big bags. That was Gathright. Hold on, let's see if we could find it so y'all could see it. Now, let me say this though. Y'all know, have you, Miss J? We didn't even touch on this, and she brought it up, but I guess we got sidetracked as usual. But he is the one who had the Glock. Isaiah had the Glock. Remember, they found 9mm shells out there. Where did the shells come from? It's just weird that she did take a club bag. What kind of club bag, Ash? We don't know what was in her bag, but she did have a bag. The charges for Alicia, conspiracy, and first-degree murder. Now, I want y'all to see this. Now, this is something I could find. Hold up. Alicia Andrews. Day. Was it 1? Yeah, day 1.
Rap videos.
It was doing his opening. He showed all the suspects. Baby, so many people involved. When I say he have some, okay, look at this, y'all. Let me share the screen. Oh, I didn't know I was already sharing the screen. Okay, pay attention to this.
And they load the bags into the trunk. That BMW on the top of the video there is being driven by Mr. Chance. And you see him bringing out another large bag. They're kidding up.
Oh, never mind. Chance had a large bag too, child. His guns in that bag too, I am sure. I am sure. Shayla, clock it. Shayla, you know she's being charged the same way Donna's being charged. I don't know if y'all know that. She's being charged. Alicia is being charged the same way Donna's being charged. You couldn't clock Donna for real on anything. But you kept looking at the motive. You were looking at these phone calls. She was talking. So if this the case, do we start looking at when Alicia was talking to her friend like, oh, the police came? I'm going to keep laying low. All of this type of stuff. Donna was charged with this same theory. And that was a good point. Me and T were talking about this. Donna was charged the very same way. Feel like she should really have a conspiracy charge, but before I make my final thought, I'm gonna have to go watch from the beginning. Go watch, kids. It's only 2.5 days, and a lot of these channels they'll take out the breaks. But she charged the same way Donna is, and with Donald Adelson, all you needed to do, it needed to feel like you knew Donna knew about the conspiracy. She knew that this man was going to be killed. It wasn't nothing. There was no concrete evidence nothing that laid out. There was nothing laid out. You had to reasonably assume it. I just can't. Oh, keep Donald Adelson. I think conspiracy, not principle, but purple. The thing with principle, and the reason I say I'm glad she brought up Donna is because it's really the same thing. When it comes to principle, she aided. We see her at every club that this man is at. Regardless is if she was the one giving the information to the Impala, you were there while the information was being gathered. You were there while the information was being was being told to that Impala, you were in the Chevy Cruze when they rolled through the hotel to make sure they saw that boy. You were in the car. You just as guilty. If Isaiah gotta go, you gotta go. Donna was gonna walk. Shayla, they never proved to us. She said, yeah, let's kill Danny. About the bump? You said when she didn't freak out about the bump? What bump, Shayla? I think what did it for me with Donna is when that person approached her about the money. The way she was acting, when you listen to those calls, the things we've done for her, the sacrifices it was just certain things that she said, but it was the money. When the undercover cop approached Donna, that's when I knew, oh, she know what's up. You knew because Key, the thing with, I hate to talk about this case, but I know y'all know what case I'm talking about. Please don't put it in my comments. The thing about this other case, if you knew it was going to happen and you didn't stop it, you just as guilty. Oh, that's what y'all mean by the bump. Oh, that is what they called it. Okay, y'all, I'm sorry. Aaron said, Mel, that is the bump. I remember now. I remember they called it the bump, y'all. I forgot. I'm sorry. Aaron said, and look at this. That was the bump. I forgot, y'all. Please forgive me. I forgot. That's when I knew, though. That's when I knew Donna knew. No, that plus the checks. Writing them checks to their girlfriend. It was too many coincidences. Now, I don't know what else we're gonna see about Alicia, but y'all tried to tell me like, oh, she didn't really know what was going on. She definitely knew what was going on. Very much so. You tried to tell me, excuse me, she was going on a romantic getaway. I ain't seen no selfies. I ain't seen no makeup. I haven't seen her go anywhere but McDonald's. Where did she think she was going? What was the plan with her and her boyfriend? Now, she did stay with the boyfriend the whole time. But what was the plan? What was the plan? Why did she have on that mask? If he had on a mask and she didn't, okay, maybe he didn't want to be seen, but she was good being seen because she didn't want a mask on. But they're both in disguises. I just feel she conspired. That's the same. That's aiding though, Purple. We had it pulled up. That's like she's just as guilty for being there. And I feel like she had been dating this boy for 2-3 years. 2 to 3 years. If the other boys telling her all this stuff, what you think Chance was doing? She was on the run with him. Well, not on the run. She hiding out with Chance. I don't buy it. She said, was she in the Taliban? James, please go to bed. And Purple, unfortunately, next week she's going to see if she has to pay for making that type of decision. You get what I'm saying? I don't think she was like, y'all, we need to kill Fulio. I don't think that. But I do think she knew that's what her boyfriend and his friends were planning to do. I do think that principle is more than conspiracy. I have put it in the chat for you. I think they're getting her with the aided. She aided in it. The surveillance was her aiding it. Oh, they got Donna because of the hires. It says hires or otherwise procures such an offense to be committed can be charged as a principal in the first degree. This means that they can be held equally responsible for the crime, even if they are not physically present when the crime was committed. The fact that they know she was in the cruise, they know she wasn't physically present when it was committed. But baby, she was on that parking lot minutes before the actual shooting took place. Did y'all, let me see. It's on here. Let me see if it's on here for those of you who haven't seen it. The motives. I don't know. This might be the actual shooting. Okay.
And you're going to see that car come right back by. That is the spotter car. That is the surveillance. This car takes around
Here's
through
the
the
problem
army.
right here. That's her right there. She's in the
This
car with him.
car driving by, that is the spotter car. That is the surveillance and reconnaissance.
And we can argue all day. Oh, she didn't know. Oh, this was going on. It literally looks like what the prosecution is saying.
This is just before the shooting happens.
Right before it
You're
happened.
going to see that car come right back by.
And now they're about to leave. Now they're leaving. Why did she think they were circling that man's hotel? But Shayla, here's the thing. You made a great point. So, principal is the name of the theory, but that it can be charged by if another person aided, abetted, or had a conscious intent for the crime to occur. So principal theory, that's the theory, right? That's the theory. But then that's what it means. And Shayla is so damn right. Juries are so different. This girl could absolutely walk. They could, people with Donald. I didn't really remember nobody saying they don't think Donald did it, but I'm sure there was someone. This girl could absolutely walk. Right? This girl could have, they could really feel like, y'all, she didn't know. She didn't know he was gonna do all that. When he was circling that parking lot with her in the car, she probably just thought they needed to turn around. They were lost. You never know. In other words, even if you didn't do it nor was there, if you had a hand in it, you are guilty. Yeah. But I thought they were blaming her for setting things off emotion. No, they're not blaming her for setting it off emotion. They're not. No, Purple. What the prosecution said during opening statements is that her part in this, and that was, let me show you. And hold on, let me answer Shayla real quick. Shayla, with Donna's attitude, the person she was very overbearing. There is not a bone in my body thinks that she would sign a check and not know why she was signing the check. The checks, that's what something else. There's not a bone in my body that thinks Donna would do anything and not know why. Those kids were grown as hell, and she was very much involved in their life. I believe Donna did it. Oh, girl, I can't believe Wendy got off. Okay, y'all. So that's the actual shooting. Oh, let me let you see this. He actually explains it. And I love that he put it in his PowerPoint. T didn't like it. She didn't like it, but I actually liked his opening. I thought it was detailed. Okay, so here it is, Purple.
Evidence is given to you by the Honorable Judge Sisko. She will instruct you on the law of principles as well as the law on murder and all the other laws that you will need to render your verdict in this case. The law of principles, if a defendant helps another person to commit or attempt to commit a crime, that defendant is a principal and must be treated as if they had done all the things that the other person or persons did, if we prove this beyond a reasonable doubt, that they first intended that the crime occur and did some act or said something, anything that was intended to and that did incite the co-defendants to commit this murder, cause them to, simply encourage them to, assist them, or advise other persons to actually commit that crime. Now, incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person to actually commit the crime. For first-degree premeditated murder, we must prove that this defendant intended that Charles Jones be killed. It is not necessary for the principal to know every detail of how a first-degree murder will be committed as long as they intend that it occur. And they did some act or said something that was intended to help or did help the murder to occur.
Okay, I'm glad he said that, because I said, oh my God, now they have to prove the intent. But he said did some act, right? And what was Alicia's act? Her act, according to the state, was following this man with Isaiah to every club, making sure these shooters knew where he was. I loved his opening, y'all. Oh, I loved it.
But almost more importantly, the principal, the defendant, does not have to be present when the crime is committed or attempted to be committed. But in this case, folks, you will hear that this defendant, Alicia Andrews, was right there, driving right next to that Dodge Charger in the seconds before this murder happened.
I ain't catch that. I probably was, or I was at work watching this.
If the defendant is found by you to be a principal, then she is legally responsible and accountable for everything that her co-conspirators, her co-defendants did. Alicia Andrews.
Child, not her much.
These are her co-conspirators. I don't know if this laser is going to
It
work.
didn't
If you
help,
can see in the upper left-hand corner, that's Rashad Murphy. Lower left, Davion Murphy. Sean Gaithright is in the upper right. And in the lower right is her boyfriend at the time, Isaiah Chance. These were the 5 conspirators. This was the assault team that took out.
Clearly, it's 70 people in here that's not going to sleep right now either.
Out Charles Jones. That took his life, that snatched it from him in the early morning hours of June 23rd.
Me too, Key.
Isaiah Chance, Sean Gaithright, Rashad Murphy, Davion Murphy. To understand the murderous intent that existed amongst them, and to understand this conspiracy that dwelled in all of their minds and hearts, we have to go back and look at the lives and associations of Charles Jones and these defendants.
But I was trying to show.
What did Charles Jones do to these defendants that was so bad that would cause them to confederate, to conspire, engage in this coordinated, planned attack? Charles Jones belonged to and was affiliated with a group known as 6 Block. He would drive off, but what you're going to find in the evidence is they buy a lot of food. This is not food for one person. It's a lot. He was hungry. You can't give an explanation for how he even came to be in that car or how she came to be in that car.
And do y'all hear that? Okay, this was in McDonald's. Okay, now look at this.
This is outside of Teasers.
Okay, let me move this.
As you saw, Teasers is a club that is on Nebraska here in the city of Tampa.
He put on his Instagram.
So as you saw in the evidence of the shooting, the success of this conspiracy, this plot to murder,
this was good.
This attack hinged on the element of surprise. It absolutely hinged on that. And they,
first of all, I just want to say that the way he was talking about these defendants during his opening statement, baby, he was using words like the element of surprise. You'll hear some of the words that he used when he's describing it. Thank you, K Tally, just ice for Julio. Thank you, K Tally, for the super chat. The way he is explaining how they did everything, it was sounding like they were professionals. We know they're not. But baby, he did good with this.
Leveraged the surprise that they had catching Mr. Jones off guard. And to have that type of surprise, they had to act with a coordinated knowledge, and they needed intelligence. They needed intel. They needed real-time information. Where is he? What's his route? They needed to know exactly where he was. They needed to know his positioning, his routes of travel. And like any good operation, the key to success is intelligence, critical intel. Now, to obtain intelligence like that and to do so surreptitiously, secretly, the surveillance has to be done in a surreptitious manner. Without that intelligence, without providing that real-time information to the assault team that's in the Impala, there would be no surprise. There would be no ambush of Mr. Jones, and this conspiracy would fail. It was that intelligence, that real-time surveillance and communication, the locations and routes that were provided by this defendant and her boyfriend, Isaiah Chance, operating alone in that Chevy Cruze, while the other three conspirators, the assault team, were in the Impala. And they were doing everything they could to keep that Impala out of the sight of Mr. Jones and his friends.
That gotta make sense, yeah. Like,
because Mr. Gaithright drove that Impala. It was registered to his mother, but he drove it all the time.
mm-hmm.
He was notoriously known for driving that car.
Makes sense. It can be seen.
This was a coordinated team effort. In order to remain secretive and to not alert the target that they were conducting surveillance, they utilized several different techniques. Number one, they parked away from the club, and they utilized disguises that you heard some about yesterday in jury selection about COVID masks. You're going to see in this video, June of 2024, they're both wearing COVID masks. Now, interestingly, because it was suggested yesterday that there's many reasons people could wear COVID masks, it's the only time in this evidence you will ever see a mask on this defendant's face. You won't see it on her face when she returns back to Jacksonville through an Uber. You won't see it on her face any other time when she's entering into the Airbnb around her four co-conspirators. But they kept their distance, and you'll see that in this video, from the victim and his entourage. They attempted to blend into the background. They needed to get close enough to be able to conduct surveillance, to gather the information they needed, but not so close that they would be detected. They had to avoid that.
He was so detailed.
So first they used an unrecognizable car, and then they used disguises.
Because
what you're going to find, and remember the law and principle, she doesn't even need to be there to be part of this conspiracy or to be a principal. She's there. She drives there with Mr. Chance, and they park in the north end of the parking lot of Teasers. And she doesn't stay in the car. She gets out and she walks with him. You're going to see that. You can kind of see their images in the upper right hand. So they could look with them.
I was trying to watch your whole opening again.
But again, so prevalence one is, you see that?
So The video tells them a lot. Here's the with Chance. Chance is dressed in all black. He has his hoodie up and his COVID mask on. It makes sense why he had to be like that. Gino knows him. If Gino knows him, I'm pretty sure the other people know him too. They called him a rapper. He would have been spotted. She said, I think he needs to be a little more detailed. K Tally, what more do you need? The purple paradox was just saying that she thinks he was too detailed. I thought he was perfect. Okay, now look at this video. This is how they knew that they were using her phone. She has to come over and unlock it.
You see the defendant opening the phone for Mr. Chance, and you can see their COVID masks. One is wearing the blue COVID mask that was so prevalent in 2020, 2021, and she's wearing a black one. This is Mr. Jones and his friends arriving at that club. And you can see the time there, 2:22 in the morning. That, again, is several minutes off, but it's about that time. 2:21, and there they are, and you see Mr. Chance.
This is what was crazy to me, y'all, is that, you know, in this case, baby, they're going time for time. Oh, you see Fulio at 2:22. Here they are at 2:21. Here he is at 3:23. Here they are at 3:24. It's down to the minute.
On the phone in the parking
They're
lot
at both clubs.
at the same place. Now later, after Mr. Jones has gone into the club and been in there and done his thing in there with his friends, he's now leaving. You can see Mr. Edwards' head up there. It's 2:46 or about that time. 2:46.
Look at this.
59, almost 2:47. And what happens at 2:47?
Damn Impala.
This car up here in the upper right, that's on that road, which is Nebraska, is pulling in to the north end of the parking lot of Teasers. This was an extremely well-orchestrated conspiracy, coordinated.
And there's the
He's walking out of the club on the other side of the club, and out of the blue, the assault team vehicle is pulling into the club. That is tight surveillance and intel. Now, in this photograph, it's 2:48. This is
you didn't. I know you hadn't watched it, but Aaliyah, she was one of the first witnesses, testified that they didn't feel threatened or scared because they weren't in Jacksonville. They thought they were good because they were in Tampa.
This is Mr. Jones' Charger. You can see the lights starting to light up because they're already inside the car and they're getting ready to leave. That's the Impala that has come in on the north side, gone down the west side, and is now passing in the front.
Didn't even know they were right there.
Out of necessity, passing in the front.
They must didn't know that car.
So this is just aerial view of Teasers. You can see Nebraska over here to the right. You can see this little road here, South Castle.
Okay, yeah, second club. You may have missed them. Yeah, we did.
And you'll see it'll just sit there for a while.
Club number 2.
The Dodge Charger, the Hyundai, and you'll see the Altima come up.
This is club number 2.
Down here to the lower left, you can see some of the party, Miss Bentley, Miss Albritton, Tafa McRae in the light blue. And up on the top there where you just saw the flashing lights, it's Armani Turner and Miss Randolph getting out of the Hyundai.
Oh,
And there's Mr. Jones in the lower right with the red hat, very recognizable. So they go up to the second floor of this strip mall where this club is.
this is what was said to me.
That's Gino Norris in front walking up, his friend.
Don't even know he gonna be shot at later on.
And again, this is for an after party. And you'll see Mr. Jones will start live streaming with his phone. Again, advertising his location.
I think he was getting paid for teasers. Yeah, this is the front view of the video. No purpose. Now watch this. Look who in the parking lot. Second club, y'all. Maybe they all going to jail. Y'all stalk that man.
This is from another location. And you can see the Chevy Cruze up in the top part of the screen.
Right, K Tally. Let me move this out the way.
And now in the top of the screen, the hooded individual, the defendant, and Mr. Chance conducting more surveillance. Walking as a couple, so they're not threatening, they don't stand out.
The door.
With her phone to his ear. And now they walk back again past the club.
You see, he's about to leave.
Mr. Jones and his friends leaving.
Hey, Brooklyn. Brooklyn, they were following him, waiting, watching.
The Impala on the top of the screen.
The Impala is
That's across the street. You'll find in the evidence that the victim and his entourage go down the parking lot, they do a U-turn, they come back out, they end up heading east and then doing a U-turn and going back west.
Of course, we just got on here like 10. We got on here after Wind Down Fridays. I'm about to get off, but I wanted to show them this. It's very eerie. The worst one for me was when he was walking up, like celebrating, you know, of course, this is my birthday. I'm walking in teasers. Oh, Bart, you need to go outside, girl. I think you went out there like
The Impala just crossed the street now to back up at that stop sign in the upper right-hand corner. And you'll see it'll just sit there for a while.
last time being alive, Key. Gino, I'm like, Gino walking up the stairs, don't even know. In a few hours, you're going to be shot. You working on orders, Taya? Okay, this just more video of teasers. I don't think he's there. But this one right here, y'all, look at this. Hold up.
Fowler. This is the Home to Suites
That's the home.
and Holiday Inn
Okay,
complex in the upper right-hand corner. Directly across the street is USF. There's an Embassy Suites there. That is Mr. Jones' car doing a U-turn and going back on McKinley, and you'll see it turn into the hotel complex, followed by the Hyundai and the Altima. And as you can see, there is no car visible except for those oncoming lights now coming up the northbound side. That is the Chevy Cruise.
Do y'all see
It goes eastbound. No other car on McKinley can be seen. It's not even in sight. The Chevy Cruise ends up going eastbound, then comes back westbound, turns northbound. There it is, into that parking lot. And now, several minutes later, comes the Impala, which this is the assault team. Does a U-turn, you will see, goes southbound on McKinley, following the path of Mr. Jones and his entourage, and pulls directly into that hotel. That car wasn't anywhere to be seen when Mr. Jones and his entourage were going in there.
They
But
just
the Chevy
heard.
Cruise was there
They
with this defendant and Mr. Chance providing critical intelligence to them.
And I'm gonna tell you, I'd submit to you that she heard more of what he was saying when they were in the car. They're closed in, it's quiet. Where they just turned into the hotels. When y'all come up the street, look at them hotels to your left. That's the hotel they turned in.
With this defendant's phone.
Yep. Oh, Key, you may not know it. Teasers, the last club they were at, the police were out there. The police had been alerted that Fulio was going to be in town and he was going to be at Teasers. They were sitting around Teasers, which is probably why it did not happen at Teasers. There were police around that area.
Once it pulls in, you'll start seeing cameras from different locations within the complex mounted on the Home to Suites surveillance system that'll pick up the Impala's path as it travels. So the Chevy Cruise, at one point after the Impala goes in, blows through a red light on Fowler to get over there and turn in to the hotel. By that point, the Impala is all the way around on the west side. You will the hotel blows through. So the Chevy Cruise, at one point after the Impala goes in, blows through a red light on Fowler to get over there and turn in to the hotel. By that point, the Impala is all the way around on the west side. You will find in the evidence of the hotel and setting up for the attack. But now the Cruise has to come. The evidence will show to drive by and confirm where is Mr. Jones.
Where he at? Because what was their reason for going in the parking lot? They were not a part of the assault team. Why did they have to go in? If not, but to confirm.
The red marker is the Impala and its path. It comes in, it goes northbound, it goes westbound, it goes southbound around the Holiday Inn, down across the south end side of the Holiday Inn, back to the east, and then it parks. First it goes down. You can see that red arrow next to the Home to Suites on the west side. It kind of pulls down there and has to back up and pulls in. When the blue markers is the Chevy Cruise, when that pulls in and pulls around and does the 3-point turn.
Like sheep, I'm about to go to bed. Hey,
you see in the video evidence right here, they pass within feet of each other at the same time.
Now, y'all, when he shows it here, he's going to show us video of this exactly happening. I was like, it's almost like, give them the heads. It's a movie I just can't think of right now where the cars go right by each other. And, you give them a heads up like this was about to happen. They literally pass each other right before it's about to happen. Right before it's about to happen.
And of course, the Impala never goes around or reveals itself past that point, keeping out of sight of Mr. Jones and his entourage.
Now watch this, y'all.
This is a camera mounted on the east side of the home to suites, pointing to the southeast, and it is picking up the Impala now, pulling into the complex and going northbound on the east side of the hotel. This is going to go to a camera facing northeast,
Let them boys on
showing it passing, still going northbound. And then it turns back to the west.
for keeping me company.
This is a camera that's mounted on the north side of the home to suites that picks up the Impala as it passes and turns towards the west. And now the Impala is on the west side of the hotel. There's this pool and this patio area here that's on the west side of the hotel. Going around this way would be the portico. This is the west side of the hotel. The charging stations are right here. And you can see the Impala comes and stops. It does not go around that southern end of the home to suites.
Mm-hmm.
It's avoiding the southern end at this point. And here comes the Chevy Cruze passing directly past in the car that's not known by anyone, the victim. Goes to the north where the Impala is. Goes right past the Impala. Does a 3-point U-turn and comes back. This is another camera picking up the Impala and the Cruze. That's on the Tesla, part of its security system. You'll see the Cruze kind of do a little turn there, back up and come back to the south.
Well, this don't have to be like hit so many people. First of all, I'm like y'all, they weren't thinking, because if you see a car pass by you twice, most people in the streets trying to figure out who this car is and preparing for that car to do something. I guess they would have let their guards down because the car ends up turning out of the parking lot, but that was suspicious.
I don't know if you saw that or not. The Cruze is turning around, but the Impala is pulling into a spot over here at the same time as it passes back by.
Objection, Your Honor. This is cumulative.
Overruled. This is a plain statement. Go ahead.
So now the Cruze is coming back, doing one last pass, and now we're within seconds of the attack, the murder itself.
I don't purple. The way them bullets were
You can
flying,
see individuals at the top of the screen moving. You're going to see them run by the front of the Tesla, getting into position. There's the third shooter, Davion Murphy.
Oh, Davion is the third shooter. I'm sorry.
And now they come around the pistol shooter, Rashad.
Key, I told you that Davion was the third shooter. I mean, I told you that Gathright. It was Davion
Murphy, and the shooter on the top of the screen right there is Sean Gathright. You see the collision between the Altima and the Hyundai as they're trying to get out of there.
Oh, they were in.
You see Mr. Murphy come out of hiding and Mr. Gathright opening fire. You'll see Mr. Gathright and Mr. Murphy running back to the north. And you saw this, there's the muzzle flashes of Mr. Davion Murphy's rifle. And you saw the Charger going to the north.
They are still shooting. Jesus. Okay, they came from in front of him.
That's the Charger picked up by the Tesla cameras heading north. There goes Mr. Rashad Murphy. There goes Gathright. And there's Davion Murphy. And you can kind of see the blocky image of the brass catcher on the side of that rifle. Another view from the Tesla of Davion Murphy running back to the Impala.
Davion, that wasn't showing. And Davion was running. So it's a three.
This attack was relentless, as you saw. They weren't going to stop. They were going to make sure that they killed Mr. Jones, that he was not going to live, that they were not going to go back to Jacksonville without him dying. And you saw that relentless attitude of these defendants as they were shooting. This is the Airbnb.
This the next day.
That's a photograph of, well, actually, this is a video. So this is the night they get there. This is Saturday, the 22nd. The defendant entering. There's no volume on this, but when she walks in, someone says, "My bad." Mr. Chance having maybe a celebratory drink. This is the next day around 2:30, 3. You can see he has to keep knocking. The person getting in that silver car is an Uber driver who they have called. That is how they returned to Jacksonville. The defendant, Mr. Chance, and Mr. Murphy this time returned to Jacksonville. Now they're unloading, bringing out all of their kit and their gear, their weapons. There's Mr. Davion Murphy. Now they're getting sloppy because it's the next day, and all of the conspirators are visible. There's Mr. Murphy trying to go back in.
Not a soul can say, I went in the house, y'all all on the ring camera.
Gathright walking out with gear.
Davion,
they don't come the way they don't leave the way they came. They flee from this murder separately and in a different format. That's Mr. Gathright.
Everybody face.
He leaves independent of the others in the Impala.
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel is narrating the evidence, stuff that's not even been introduced, Your Honor.
Well, because it's opening statement. He's just telling the jury what he believes the evidence will show. So I'm going to overrule the objection.
You can see Mr. Gathright goes over to the side to the.
Okay, now we're done. Purple. What I was gonna say when you said, what about the people who went to the restroom? Why did the girl get in the driver's seat? Well, if you remember, they were sitting in the cars because they were trying to find another hotel to go to. Yeah, I don't know what type of may have said. Maybe Kamaya was going to drive the rest of the way. That is my thought. Maybe she was going to drive because they couldn't stay at their hotel. Julio missed his reservation, so they gave his room away. And it must have been a big weekend because from what they're saying, the rooms everywhere seemed to be booked. So everywhere seemed to be booked. So my guess is Kamaya was going to continue driving. That's what I'm thinking. Aaliyah went to the restroom. Typha is his cousin. They both went to the restroom. So, and oh wow, I see why no plea was offered. Well, Brooklyn, I don't know. Everybody doesn't think it's a solid case, and especially with Alicia, with the guys. But my thing is, and I can't wait to access on my TikTok. I can't wait for people to get indignant. If you want Alicia to walk, then Isaiah should walk too. Isaiah should walk too because literally they're being accused of the same thing. Neither one of them pulled the trigger. And you can't, neither one of them pulled the trigger. He was in the cruise. We see the cruise leave right as the shooting starts. If you're going to let Alicia go, you got to let him go too. What's different between the two? When you look to me, when I see the footage, I see somebody that is stalking Julio. Key, that's exact. Well, no, because so-and-so was his best friend. Okay, she was his girlfriend. Oh, I can't wait, Key. As soon as we get off this live, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna go ahead and do it. There are too many cases on the web to know. Stop using phones and cameras everywhere. But you know what's funny, Sugar, about the phones and cameras? None of them use their phones. None of them. And then somebody said they did all of that using secret apps, not using their phones for them to be caught on 50 different cameras. But Purple, why do you think she deserves a lesser charge? Do you think Isaiah should get a lesser charge too? Because literally her and Isaiah, they did the same things. They did the same things if you think about it. They just went to the parties. All of this. Sweet, but Sugar, I honestly think they didn't think she was going to be tracked back to anything. I don't know what they were thinking, but I really think they didn't think she was going to be tracked back. And if she was, oh, she's not in the game. She's going to be good. Right? She's going to be good. Like, I really think they thought she was going to be good. I feel like they was meant to get caught. They went through so much to make this untraceable. Oh, you know what, Key? I don't think they were trying to make it untraceable. I'm not going to believe that. You on your mama ring camera bringing guns out the house. You on your grandma ring camera wiping down the car. You on the Airbnb ring camera after y'all try so hard not to be seen the day before, the day you're leaving. Every last one of the defendants is seen on the ring camera. You're in McDonald's drive-thru. You're on everything. They in Walmart ring cameras dressed in all black. Like the same when they catch Rashad, I think it's Rashad. Rashad got the same jeans he's seen in shooting in the video. Like, no. She said, no, he's a gang member. See, Purple Paradise, I feel like people want her to have gone through something with the boy. There is no proof that she went through something with the boy. People want her to go through something so that you feel, because when you look at her, you like, dang, she's just a pretty young girl caught up. I think so, Mia. Shell catchers, they messed up. But Key, we said this. Why? What happened that they just gave up? Because I was like, on one point, it seems like they were trying to hide it. But then on the next point, they couldn't have been. The Airbnb, he booked the Airbnb with his ID. Shell catchers mean nothing. Y'all booked the Airbnb with y'all ID. You literally parked your car, drove your car that's registered to your mother from Jacksonville to Tampa. Shell catchers weren't gonna change no when they looked at license plate readers. I didn't even know there were places that reach a license plate like that. So watching cases. Yeah, K Tally, the principal, they're charging her as a principal. Either now or later. I just don't know. Said she knew what was up because she would not have settled for just hanging out in the parking lot. You're not going to tell me you went on a romantic vacation, but you're in the parking lot. I just still, for the life of me, can't understand why she went on the ride. And she'll never talk about it, but maybe 40 years from now, she'll be on one of these shows and she'll talk about being in love. And my boyfriend asked me, I knew what he was going to do. Like, maybe I hope she does it. Key, I didn't know when they were talking about that. I was like, what? When they was talking when Shannon's car, that Audi kept getting clocked. I said, what? I didn't know that. Hey, Janae, I just didn't know that. I didn't know all that was happening. I think they should get, well, K Tally, the thing about it is aiding and abetting falls under the principal's law. If you aided and abetted in a crime transpired, then you are just as guilty as the person who committed the crime. So yeah. I don't think either way she went through some. We also don't know if she did or didn't. And that's my thing, Purple. Let me be clear. Let me be clear, because I don't want you to think that I'm a person who, I don't know this girl. I'm just looking at the case. But the thing about it is, we don't know if she went through something. People want her to have gone through something, because how else do you explain her being caught up in this mess, right? People need her to have gone through something to understand how this pretty little bitty tiny girl gets caught up in this mess. People need it. But we don't know. We don't know if she really did go through something. And in Purple Paradise, it's a consequence to being dumb, especially when somebody dies. Somebody dies, and again, I have to keep remembering it's not just Fulio. Yes, he died. His mother lost a son. His siblings lost their sibling. His father lost a son. But there were other people that were shot too. There were, let me see, Kamaya, Gino, Zay. Kamaya, Gino, Zay. Yeah, I think there were plus the person in the hotel, there were about 4 to 5 people who were injured as a result of this shooting as well. So when you looking at Alicia, you don't just think about Fulio. You have to think about 5 other people got shot too. Love Led, we just love the lead. We just watched her being arrested. I said her chin was up. She didn't look sad, crying, none of that. None of that. You never got a traffic ticket for running a light or something. I got a red light ticket, but I guess I didn't equate them to be the same. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's what it is, Key. Just I'm because sometimes it looked like they were on the expressway. Some of the pictures they showed, and maybe that's what threw me off because sometimes it looks like they were on the expressway. If not for stalking, it would not have went down like that. Facts. And Fulio in the one video walking up steps, it's as if he saw the Impala the way he holds the phone up focused on the parking lot. Top right. The Impala wasn't in that parking lot though. I don't know if you know, the Impala was across the street at that time. Maybe they didn't understand how deep the digital footprint would be. They definitely did. Because it's just crazy. And y'all, this is just the opening statement. So we still have to go through the trial where they introduce this evidence. I just have my opinion for now. It may change. Right, Purple. What did Paige say? We start the trials unbiased, but as evidence is presented, we're going to form a bias based on the evidence. All the evidence isn't presented. It's 2.5 days in. So yeah, it's 2.5 days in. We'll see. But what I did like about his opening is I feel like he was showing us, listening throughout. First of all, we know he's going to show it to us because it's in his opening statement. Now, has he altered it to fit his theory? Of course. But that's where the defense has to come in. They've got to do something. That's why they hated the drinks situation, because child, why I ain't run the place of that car. Oh, Key. Why? Don't piss me off about that. And I said again, did you really want to solve the case? You couldn't have. Because if you wanted to solve the case, you would have done that. So I don't know. In these spaces, I hope not. I think the camera froze. Yeah, let me see. Just got my opinion for now. And back to this comment about if not for the stalking, that's the state's whole point when it comes to Alicia. If she would not have been doing the stalking and talking, been right there with her boyfriend, we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be here. At least those 5 wouldn't be here. Alicia wouldn't be sitting in that desk if she did not help her boyfriend. Unlocking the phone. It's like, if you want me to believe that she was just down for the ride, why she didn't stay in the car? She could have stayed in the car. No, she out at every club. They walking around, hands in your pocket, just like normal. She also could have stayed in Tampa. She got picked up. We don't see him on a camera making her like, no, she got picked up and brought back to Sean's grandmother's house. So we're gonna see, as Purple just said, we're gonna see what the defense puts forth. Sounds like they're gonna need 2 days. What the hell do they need 2 days for? I'm intrigued. What do they need? Why do they need 2 days? not count all the property that was damaged. Yes, K Tally. I know those hotels, baby. I know they had buku lawsuits. The cars that were damaged in the parking lot, the people who were shot on the premises, each one of those victims is probably living good. I don't know. Gino Norris didn't sound like he sued that hotel, but I wonder if he could have. He got shot on their premises. I don't know. Janae, they're gonna need 2 days for what? I don't know. We don't, the defense attorney said he don't want to give away their strategy, but sounds like they're going to put on a defense. What it's going to be, I don't know. Y'all have just tonight watched the opening statements. Oh, I didn't watch the opening statements. I watched them on my own. I'm sorry. You know I got a job now. And I did the updates on TikTok. But yeah, I'm finna go. Yes, Key, I am. I'm already done because I don't want to start watching something else. I gotta get off here. I think I gotta go take a shower. And I gotta get my clothes ready for this festival. Don't know what I'm gonna wear. But you guys have an amazing weekend. Thank y'all so much for the super chats, for the likes, for kicking it with me. It's 3:30. And I gotta take old Barchi outside. Thank you guys for kicking it with me. I'll see y'all. I think Miss J said if they do closes, we're gonna do another wind down Friday. But I'll be live probably. Well, now I got my laptop because I got this case. I'll be live now after we get off. I'm glad y'all were here. Good night, everybody. Have an amazing weekend, everybody. Bye, y'all. Girl, come on, Bart.